Will this day be your last?
Grammarly does more than catch errors. With Grammarly, you can find really good, no, perfect words that make your writing sharp, or explicit, or excellent, or distinctive. As a matter of fact, for what it's worth, Grammarly can, yeah, that's long. We can get rid of that.
Good afternoon, ladies. Afternoon, ladies.
Most of them out here. And just got a heap of new videos already. We've got 3 new videos out today. AirsickHydra and kNight have both been given early access. And we've also got the exact times of the release on Steam, PS4 and Xbox. I'll show that in a minute, but you can also check it out on the Necromunda Underhive Wars Discord. Under announcements, they've got all the release times up for all of the different time zones. So the big news for me really is that kNight and AirsickHydra both got early access, and they've both been given permission by Rogue Factor to and Focus Interactive to do some sort of instructional videos explaining how the game works and that kind of thing. So I watched one of each of their videos this afternoon, or for me, earlier today. But a new one has just come out, I think, that I haven't seen yet from AirsickHydra, so I'm going to chuck that on. Basically, this stream, I'm just going to be like watching all the new videos, and once I run out of stuff to talk about with the videos, I'll just try to play some Mordheim, just jump back onto my Great Swords Mordheim campaign and just kind of chill while I play that and just talk about Necromunda some more and maybe rewatch some videos again, because I'm pretty excited about all of this new Necromunda Underhive Wars content that we've got coming out today. So first of all, I'm just going to play this new video by AirsickHydra, which I don't think that I've seen yet. Cool, and I'll just mute myself so you can hear it properly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a gameplay overview for Necromunda Underhive Wars. Here we are starting off in the deployment phase where I will make sense of everything. As we can see here, objectives are being placed on the map. Resources at the moment. You can clearly see the various levels, and if I click in a moment after it's cycled through, we can cast our eyes on the various portions of this map to get a good lay of the land. Now, we're entering fighter deployment, so let's see what we got. The enemy, being a higher average initiative, has been able to deploy a fighter ahead of me. I can mouse wheel at this point up and down to select which of my 3 fighters I want to deploy, and these small zones here are the deployment zones. You can take your time and have a good look around. You can see barricades, you can see barrels of weak grog, which represent the resources on this map, which I would very much like to get. Now at this point we have the choice of one deployment zone initially, so we can choose somewhere. Let's say we want to go here. We can place one fighter. I can mouse wheel to choose exactly who I'm going to place my leader. The order in which you deploy is not the order in which you will take your turn. Do not worry. Now, you will take it in turns with the opposing team to deploy fighters, and you can have up to 2 deployment zones in use. So I can place another fighter over here. Now I've locked in my 2 deployment zones. You do not have to use 2, but you can. And it's worth noting at this point that you want to keep an eye for a few key things on the map, namely objectives, or resources as I should call them, and also exits, because if you get heavily wounded and you don't want a fighter to, well, snuff it, exits are to be found on your left and over here. On this map in particular, some maps have exits high up, some have them low down. This map in particular, it's going to be very easy for any of these fighters to jump down there, run away. So keep that in mind. Now we're going to deploy our last fighter. There we go, that's the end of the deployment phase for me, so we'll let the enemy deploy their other 2 fighters. 5v3, this looks like a good start, and let's show some actual gameplay. Now you'll see my fighters highlighted in white at the moment. This means that they cannot be targeted by an enemy until they have been activated. At this point in the game, I can mouse wheel through my various players and I can choose who to have a turn with. Now, I can even choose to skip a turn, and you might be wondering, why would you want to do that? Well, none of my players can be attacked currently, so I'm going to choose to skip. We're going to watch what the enemy does, and then once he's activated, I will be able to shoot him. So my plan is to simply wait and watch for a little bit. We see he's a heavy drug user, and he's also done something else which I missed. And here we have a destroyable bridge. He's gone on to Overwatch, and I believe he has a pistol. So if I have anyone with a rifle, I'll be able to outrange him. Marvellous. So it's my turn now to activate again. Now if I have higher initiative than the one he chooses, I will go first. I have someone with a rifle here who might be able to out-exchange the other person, so we're going to activate here. Now, before I do anything, let's talk through how this works. Bottom left corner of the screen, you can see AP and MP, action points and movement points. The green bar is obviously your health, and movement points are nice and simple. The further you move from this little yellow marker here, the more movement points you spend. You can come back and reclaim them. However, if I were to move to here, and someone were to shoot me, there would effectively be a quick save here. That's what I'll call it, at least. That's not the official term, but the new starting point would be here, so I could no longer move back and reclaim my points. So you can do a little bit of investigating, a little bit of snoopity snoop, a little bit of snoopity snoop, and I've not used any movement points yet. So movement points are generally used, as you might think, for movement. Almost anything else is going to involve action points. So I'm going to see how far over I can get to an enemy over here, and we can start to talk about what we can do with action points. So as we approach, I believe we might be in range. If you're not sure if you're in range or not, you can press 1 and hover over here. What I quite like to do, now 1 takes you to your offensive abilities. I like to bring up the Overwatch as you're getting close, because you can actually see if they're inside the barrier there, you're in range. Now I walked too far forward. Fortunately, I consumed the Overwatch by being just out of line of sight, which I think made my evasion a lot higher. So you can see the hit percentage there, 79. If I go, well, I can't go any closer, so I'm stuck here. So I can mouse wheel between shoot, aim shot, and again, I could go on Overwatch. Overwatch is going to cost me 25 AP. What you'll notice is that I don't have enough to shoot and do an Overwatch. So I'm going to have to make a choice here. I'm just going to go for an aimed shot instead, because that seems like the most sensible thing to do. Now an aimed shot will allow me to target each individual body part, and we can see the armor value here. Head is a little bit harder to hit at 73%. The left arm has no armor too, so I'm going to go for the left arm. And that's a plasma gun. That's right, I have a plasma gun. Whew. Oh boy. Right, and what we're going to do here, we have some action points left, and I don't really want to get beaten up too much, so we're going to show off the jump mechanic, which is also an action point consuming ability. Now, if there were multiple levels you could jump to, you'd use Q and E to cycle between. So if you're not seeing the target you want, press Q and E, and you'll cycle between them. Don't worry about full damage, you will always use a line to make it down, and we can jump twice down here. So what that will do is at least break line of sight to the enemies, and if they want to chase me, they can come down. This is not necessarily how I would advise playing. You'll notice here I have no movement left. You can bring up your inventory as well, and with some action points, if I had some left, we could change some equipment. But let's show that off with another character. For now, we're going to observe what the enemy's going to do, and we're going to see if we can, well, maybe take someone down. Highly improbable. Heavy weapons user coming from the enemy. A bunch of abilities will be with each character when you start off, so you have quite a bit of choice, in fact. Things like Entrenched, everyone has access to, and I'll show you what that does in just a moment. Everyone can also kneel. Actions like this get cheaper as you level up and as you purchase perks, which will reduce the cost fairly significantly. I'm going to go for my heavy weapon user myself, and we're going to have a little bit of fun here. Okay, so I've skipped the enemy turn just to make this a little bit more compressed. We have a few choices with this character. Offensive, we have Overwatch and Heavy Barrage. If you're not sure what that does, press the R button, and that will bring up exactly what it does. It's pretty cool. We'll toggle the R away for now, because there's other things I want to show off. We have Tactical, we can kneel down. This gets cheaper the higher the level you are. We can also go Entrenched. Every character can do this, although once you do it once, you will become exhausted and you cannot do it on the following round. Now, this allows you to restore 20 action points in exchange for 40 movement points. So if you don't move too far, you can effectively have 70 action points. There are plenty of other ways to get more action points. This can be done by consumables, it can be done by buffs. So if we go to here, let's see what our range is right now. Out of range. If I'm not quite sure, okay, it's 51 meters over there, so it's only a meter out of range. That's fine. I can go to here, and I should be able to shoot him. Hit 91%. There we go. You don't have to be aiming right at him. You can be pretty close. Now, we could do a Heavy Barrage, but cannot do that. We can go into Overwatch, but again, an aim shot's going to make the most sense. So we'll do an aim shot here. We'll see what we'll go for. Its arm is probably the safer. Let's just go for a headshot. A respectable hit. Now, because I moved forward, I've only got 35 movement points left. Is there anything I can do with that? I can kneel. That's probably the most effective thing for me to do right now. So we'll kneel down, reducing his ability to shoot me. It gives you automatic sort of ranged evasion, lowering the chance of enemies hitting you. And now we have our glorious leader. Now, this is the last one I'm going to highlight to you during this small tutorial of what can be done. Of course, there are plenty of options within combat. You can go into ambush stances. You can go into your tactical menu and open up your backpack to exchange the weapons you have. You can choose to put weapons away or even drop them by pressing the E, F and Q depending on what you would like to do. So we've just placed a weapon away. You can open up your inventory directly, which I just did, and you can of course choose to end your turn prematurely if you wish. But for this character, what we'll do is press the Control key because I've lost where my other guy is. I thought I left him on this bridge, but he seems to have disappeared. No, I didn't. He's the other side of the map because I had lost my orientation. So I'm going to move over toward him and try and show off something pretty cool. You can see on the floor here a marker per meter. As you move further away, these become more visible. Initially, they're not too pronounced, but toward the ends, they become pretty darn obvious. So we've made it all the way over here, and now we're going to see what tactical choices we have. Now, I have build a barricade. My guy is an engineer, so we can do that, and we can do... Right, there we go. There's a nice barricade for us. Perfect. We now have something we can use as cover. Tactical, we can also... we can build lots of barricades, apparently. We can build a road flare. This reduces the enemy chance of hitting players nearby by a fairly significant amount, which is pretty cool. I have a health dispenser I can build as well. I have lots of choices, which is really cool. Offensive, I have more, such as ambush and melee, but obviously no one's around to melee at the moment. But that's a brief example of what can be done within melee. I would suggest trying to break line of sight where you can. Enemy overwatches is something to be a little bit careful of, because you will lose 10 movement points when you get hit, but that is pretty much the fundamentals of how to play. Keep an eye on the objectives and the victory conditions, and you'll notice at the top of the screen you can see the round and the floor that you are currently on. This is useful when it comes to activating elevators, which will simply be used by the F or E key when you get close to them, and you can of course sabotage them using different characters. We can see a zip line over here, and I think what we'll do is go ahead and use it just to demonstrate some of the map mobility. So I've gone ahead right here and skipped to the next round, because what I want to do is show and demonstrate some of the other things that players and characters can do. We go up to our ally over here. Now I'm in a closer proximity. I can do things like field repair on him, which effectively reload his weapon for him if he had a weapon jam, or if he'd lost his weapon reliability and he was very prone to a jam. Well, we could go ahead and repair him with another character. Again, we've still got our building options here, and we can go right the way up to him, and we can even trade or commit to various interactions with him. So we could go ahead and trade, give him some items right here, give him a medkit, for example, if we wish. But for now, this is a perfect opportunity to demonstrate two things you can do here. A, you can go down a zip line. If this had been destroyed, we could repair it, as we are effectively an engineer. The saboteur, however, by clicking on the interactions here, will get the option to actually destroy it or sabotage it. So saboteurs, pretty damn cool in my books. Engineers, also pretty darn cool, because everywhere I go I can choose to do this, and I just think it's awesome, even though they can be destroyed by heavy weapons incredibly easily. So guys, this is a little bit of a showcase of the gameplay and the available options. Hopefully you guys understand the UI right now. A few other key things I would stress: control, hold control to see what's going on around you. Other things I would also suggest doing is pressing shift, just like so, to toggle the information panel for each character. So what you can do here is view all of the buffs and debuffs, because they won't necessarily always make sense. So shift is going to be your friend. Keep an eye on that. Caps lock doesn't do anything. Gotcha. Guys, hopefully you've enjoyed this. Hopefully it's been informative. Keep your eyes out for more videos. This has just been a basic overview, but hopefully enough to get you guys running. Take care and have a great day. See you next time.
Wow, that was a pretty cool video. Yeah, I'm really glad that they gave early access to AirsickHydra. He's a really good kind of reporter on games. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Every time I see one of these videos, I can just get more excited about playing this game. Just want to get our hands on it. Yeah, I actually just took an extra day of leave so I can play from launch. I was supposed to work. I was supposed to go to work pretty much when the game starts. So now I'm going to go to work on Necromunda instead. I don't know what this sounds like. I didn't actually get a chance to test it properly, but I assume that's not too loud. Yeah, AirsickHydra's great. I first became aware of AirsickHydra when he was doing kind of like pre-release reporting on the development of Inquisitor Martyr. He kind of like really supported the game, like, you know, really early, ages before it came out. And like there was a big audience, I think, like, well, I was definitely included in that, of people that wanted to know what was happening with Inquisitor Martyr, you know, and AirsickHydra kind of was the guy that was telling us. Like, I honestly don't even know if they have a community manager, like the devs for Inquisitor Martyr. Like, as far as I'm concerned, AirsickHydra was their community manager, you know, or is. Yeah, I mean, Inquisitor Martyr didn't turn out to be that great of that's much of a standout game, but I was always really impressed with AirsickHydra's coverage of it, like specifically the way that he's quite positive about the stuff that is exciting about from the point of view of a Warhammer fan. I gather that AirsickHydra is just like a Warhammer fan, like kind of like Chapter Master Valrak, how he just is going to cover everything that's Warhammer related that comes out. I kind of get the idea that that's kind of like what AirsickHydra's deal is as well. And as a a full blown Warhammer obsessee, I can kind of totally get behind that. And yeah, so I sort of so ever since then I've kind of I've became aware of Chapter Master Ulrich, and you can kind of count on him letting you know about any new Warhammer thing that comes out, and AirsickHydra is kind of like that as well now, I think. Yeah, sorry, what I was going to say is I feel like. So the good thing about Valrak is that he's always super positive about everything. Like he sincerely just loves Warhammer. He gets super excited about everything to do with Warhammer, and he's always really supportive and promotes anyone that's trying to do anything to do with the Warhammer community or the Warhammer IP. Which is cool because I feel like he's really sincere with it. But then there's sort of like other. I don't want to be negative because the whole point of what I'm trying to say is about how I like positivity. But I guess what I'm saying is that AirsickHydra, he does kind of cover things in a bit more of an even-handed way, but he doesn't. But without getting overly negative. If a developer's trying to make a new Warhammer game for us all to play, that's laudable in my opinion. As a Warhammer fan, I understand what it must be like for a developer who's also a Warhammer fan who gets the chance to work on a Warhammer game, and that would be a dream come true, I imagine, for a lot of people. And I think it's really demoralizing when you get these naysayers and people picking apart every little mistake or every little shortfall or every disappointment with something that you're trying to work on. So AirsickHydra definitely doesn't do that, but he doesn't kind of try to prop up stuff that's not great either. When I saw his coverage of Inquisitor Martyr, he was always quite positive about everything he saw that he could be positive about, trying to sort of give encouragement to the devs, give the player-based encouragement to look into the game and support it and everything. But he didn't kind of go out of his way to try to cover up shortfalls or downplay things that were bad about it or anything. He just maybe wouldn't talk about that, or he might just say, there's still maybe some work to be done here or whatever, just in a sort of not making an overly big deal about it or not being overly negative about it, but just kind of maybe acknowledging, or at least not, I don't know. I guess I've just had a bit of a bad experience with some people covering stuff and kind of it's hard to explain, but it's when the developers they cut some content, or they cut some sort of gameplay options that you really wanted to see in the game, but then they bring out some kind of spin on it to make it seem like they've improved the game somehow or something, by doing that. And then you see these kind of YouTubers with early access and stuff that I guess want to protect their early access or whatever, and they kind of just push that whole company line of the game's even better now that they removed all of these aspects of it and stuff and whatever. And you just kind of think it's not really sincere. They're just saying that because they don't want to lose their early access or whatever. Anyway, so I'm rambling a bit, but long story short, I feel like AirsickHydra, I think he strikes that balance quite well, and he's positive about and encouraging of Warhammer IP creations and stuff, but he doesn't shill really badly I feel like some people do. He's sort of sincere. I guess integrity is what I feel like he actually cares a little about his integrity, and he comes across as quite kind of mature and I don't know, responsible adult about the way that he puts his content up. I haven't watched really much of his Let's Play stuff or live streams or any of that kind of stuff, but I feel like just in terms of reporting on new games and stuff, I think he was a perfect choice for Rogue Factor and Focus Interactive to give early access to, because this is what he does. Get a game that hasn't come out yet, just explain all the stuff that we want to know about, and I think it's a really valuable service that that YouTubers can provide. Obviously they've got marketing people that make those kind of videos for IGN and that kind of stuff that's meant to get more people in from the wider community. But a lot of these games that are based on these IPs with a really strong fan contingents, you know, the hardcore fans don't really get appealed to by the media stuff, because the media, like the marketing doesn't care about the hardcore fans because we're already going to buy it, you know. So yeah, I think that, you know, having someone like AirsickHydra that is kind of in touch with what people want to see and stuff, but also seems to be really quite self-aware and kind of aware of the environment that he's operating in and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, so I'm gonna stop talking about AirsickHydra now, because it's probably getting a bit embarrassing, like I'm like fanboying or something. But no, I don't know. I just think he does, you know, I think he does a good job, and I think it's good to recognize that there's a lot of content that gets put out that's not very good. Like my content's probably a good example of that. I'm very amateurish. I just started doing this about 3 weeks ago, so yeah, let's not focus on that. But yeah, no, I think AirsickHydra does a really good job. Just so it doesn't turn into a AirsickHydra appreciation video, we'll just show one of kNight's videos. I don't think kNight's put up a new one since I think this is one he put out earlier today. I don't think he's put up a new one since then yet. Combat mechanics tutorial, yeah, this one. Yeah, I'll play this one from kNight as well, which is pretty good as well. And then we can talk a bit about that. Actually, I did want to. So yeah, we'll get back to kNight. I did want to quickly talk about some of the stuff in this video, because I literally just watched it, and I haven't seen this one yet today. Just back like in the early part of the video, Hydra was talking about these what do you call it, orange barrels that were, I think he said they were called weak grog or something, which was the resources. So you can see up here where it's got your mission parameters. You've got 7 rounds remaining, retrieval grog. You've got to gather 5 weak grogs and 10 strong grogs, and optionally try and get some salvage caskets. So yeah, like one thing I was just wondering as soon as he mentioned that was whether we actually care about these resources or not. So like in Mordheim, like I'm going to be comparing, you know, everything to Mordheim because I've obviously haven't played Necromunda yet, but yeah, in Mordheim there was always objectives. Like you had to, like sometimes you'd have to capture an icon off a couple of the enemy fighters. There'd be like randomly 2 fighters would be chosen. You have to get them. In another one, you had to get you know, a certain amount of wordstone collected. Yeah, I can't remember what the other ones were now, but anyway, there was a few different objectives, but basically you didn't really care about them too much because you know, you're mainly interested in trying to avoid getting permanent injuries on your fighters, so you just want to make sure you don't lose the fights really badly, and get more experience, level up, excuse me, and get as much wordstone as you can, and those things kind of don't really change. It didn't really matter what the objectives were in the game, in the particular match that you were playing. So yeah, I'm just kind of curious about that. Like what happens when you gather these things? Like if you gather lots of this stuff, like is that like really significant? Is that more significant than, like, am I going to go and risk one of my fighters getting a permanent injury so I can gather like 2 more barrels of grog, or, you know, what's the deal with that? I think in one of the other, we might see it actually in kNight's video later on. I think maybe there's like, you can bank these somehow, like maybe there's like storage points you can take them back to or something. I'm not actually, no, maybe I'm remembering that wrong. I think at one point he said something like if you're carrying them at the end of the battle, or when you leave the arena or whatever, then you get them. But yeah, I thought maybe I remember them saying something about like you could take them back and drop them into a crate somewhere or something, maybe to rescue them. But yeah, I don't know, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to figure it out. Anyway, yeah, I might just get this moving a bit more. So, oh yeah, so that was the other thing that I thought was pretty cool. He mentioned, so he showed a bit about deployment again, and he mentioned how you can actually exit with your fighters. What was that? It was about like 2 minutes. Yeah. So this little zone down here is like a big bulkhead or something that you can open and leave to leave the area. So you can so in Mordheim, there was no real exit from the zone. You just like when your warband routes, that's when your battle's over and you guys get away. In this one you can physically actually walk off the battlefield. I wonder if there's any difference between walking off the battlefield and just the timer running out. Like if your guys are carrying a barrel in each arm, because you guys have probably seen the footage now, your characters can pick up, or kNight goes into it, we'll show it in a second. If you're carrying a couple of barrels or whatever, and then the mission ends, you get to keep those barrels, I guess, if you're carrying them at the time when the mission ends. And if you're carrying the barrels when you leave these exits, I guess you get them as well. And yeah, I'm not sure if you can maybe store them somewhere in there in a safe way as well, but yeah. Anyway, another thing I was going to say was, but AirsickHydra mentioned how the movement works, which is seems pretty similar to the way it works in Mordheim. Excuse me, that you have this sort of like distance that you can move from your starting point. Where was he? He was around here somewhere.
And I've not used any points yet.
So he's saying basically you can move around, and as long as you don't set off a trap or get shot by Overwatch or charged with an ambush or something like that, you can just undo all your movement, run back to your starting point, and move off again to a different direction, which is the same as in Mordheim. But I don't know. I was just, like, as far as I can tell, you can see everybody on the map, because like it seemed like when the other guy was doing his movement, AirsickHydra could see that guy moving. Like in Mordheim, it wasn't like that. Like this character that we're watching now, we saw him move from like third person perspective. So if we can see every character moving when they take their turn, then you know what I mean. What's the point of sort of scouting, because you kind of know where they are already? You are limited to character line of sight. I'm pretty sure doesn't seem to be, or at least I haven't seen any sort of overhead view where you can kind of see everyone. There is that sort of battlefield map that he showed at the start. I'm not sure if you can use this during the game, but I think maybe you can. But I mean, if you can see this, then obviously you know where everyone is. So my point I was just making was, I don't know how much value there is in actually scouting with you guys, you know, using their movement to go out to a certain distance, look that direction, and come back and go a different direction. But yeah. Anyway, and just at 5:30, he just went into a bit more detail about jumping. So he was saying that jumps actually use action points, not movement points. So that was kind of interesting. So, you can move if you want to just use mobility, you can like move somewhere, jump off the platform, move to another place, jump again. So jump costs 5 action points. So you can potentially do a heap of jumps. And he was saying, and you could always jump down an unlimited amount. So if you only jump down sort of like one level, I think he just jumps. But if you jump down 2 or 3 levels, then he'll use a zip line. But it doesn't. It's just a graphical thing. It doesn't really matter. Like you can always just jump down as far as you want. You don't take any damage. Basically, is the gist of it. It'd be cool if you could like knock people off platforms with melee charge abilities and stuff. I haven't seen him mention anything about that. Which that seems like it'd be a pretty awesome thing to include in the game. Actually, that only just occurred to me. Like, I haven't seen anyone fall off anything. I feel like if you're gonna have all these levels and stuff, it's gonna be feel a little bit artificial if you can't fall off anything. Anyway, that's okay. You couldn't fall off things in Mordheim either, and that didn't hurt my experience. So. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just gonna pop on kNight's. I'll probably come back and watch this video later on the stream. Probably watch a few videos, then talk about them. Then I'll probably just chill and play Mordheim for a while. Maybe still natter on about Necromunda, and then come back and watch some more videos if the mood strikes me. I mean, just like I'm sure all you guys are. I'm just super keen to get any information we can about Necromunda. But at the same time, I'm kind of calm because I know that I'm going to be playing it very soon. It's going to be about 4 days from now, roughly. Anyway, so we'll pause Airsick's video. Let's see if we can switch over to kNight's video. There we go. Yeah, that should be about right. Yeah, lovely. All right. So I'll mute myself and I'll pop this on.
Hello buddies, this is kNight. Welcome to this Necromunda Underhive Wars tutorial. This video will be covering the combat mechanics. The first thing you will see is a deployment. You will have to place your gangers on the map. Pay attention to where the mission objectives are and always place your gangers together. Initiative doesn't matter here at all. Once the mission starts, initiative does matter. Each player gets to activate one ganger at a time. The one with the highest initiative goes first in that turn. In the first round, I suggest activating the lowest initiative ganger. This way, you will be able to act on your enemy's movement. The round after, you'll be able to pick again. Sometimes it's better to activate your gangers based on their map placement rather than on their initiative. This will take some getting used to, as it is very different from other games, but it provides a great tactical layer. Up to 4 gangers can be in the initiative ladder each turn, depending on how many gangs you are up against. In the middle of the screen, you can see the initiative ladder. Here you can see the currently active gangers, their class, rank, and initiative, of course. On the right side, you can see the current floor your chosen ganger is on. This is especially useful when you need to activate elevators. And on the left of the ladder, you have the current round. This is good to keep an eye on, so you know when the time to gather objectives is about to run out. At the bottom left, you have your ganger's stats. At the top of this, you can see how many buffs and or debuffs your ganger currently has. To see details of them, hit the Shift key and scroll with the Alt key. Here you can also see the substats of your gangers. If you turn your crosshair towards an enemy or even friendly gangers, you can check their debuffs and buffs and substats while Shift is pressed. Below that is the name of the ganger as well as their health bar. As a ganger takes damage, the health bar will slowly turn red. Just above the health numbers, you see 2 orange icons. The left one indicates how many enemies you can currently see within your line of sight, and the right one indicates how many of the enemies are currently within range of your equipped weapon. To the left of the health bar, you have the class icon, rank, and initiative value. Below the health bar, you have 2 extra bars. The red one is your AP or action points. These points are used for everything that requires an action: looting, kneeling, shooting, striking, using skills, throwing, consuming, jumping, and using zip lines, and even calling elevators. MP or movement points are used for, well, just that, movement, but they can also be used for tactical abilities like Entrenched, that allows you to regain AP, or Disengage, that allows you to get out of melee combat. When moving around the map using your MP, it is also a bit different from other games you might have played. Moving takes 1 MP for each meter moved, but the MP isn't consumed until you're either shot at, hit a trap, or take an action yourself. This means you can move around the map to scout until you hit the maximum range, which is indicated by an orange line. Then you can return to your original point without spending a single MP. Just be aware that in most PvP matches, there will most likely be a timer, so you can't spend too much time dallying about. Then we move to the bottom middle. You can see the offensive, tactical, inventory, and end turn menus. As we covered before, the offensive and tactical contains all your abilities. If you have a ranged weapon, you will have a shoot ability and an overwatch ability. When mousing over an enemy with your crosshair, you can left click to enter into the shooting ability if you are within range. Alternatively, you can choose the ability from the menu and scroll through valid targets with Q and E. This will also show you any destructibles that you can target. Left clicking again will shoot the weapon. If an enemy is wearing armor, the aimed shot ability, only available to ranged weapons, can be useful to try to deal maximum damage. This is done by bypassing specific armor parts that are difficult to harm with the equipped weapon. Using the ability will bring up the user interface that shows each arm, leg, body and head, as well as the attached armor resistances. You find the vulnerable area and shoot. If you choose Overwatch, you can see the range of coverage. If an enemy moves within that range, the ganger will shoot. Even after choosing Overwatch, you can still take actions, like kneeling or other things until you are ready. Then you end turn. If you have a melee weapon equipped, you will have the strike ability. This will only be available for use if you are right next to an enemy. Again, you can also mouse over an enemy with your crosshair and left click to initiate strikes. It tells you at the top what your hit chance is per shot or strike, as well as the damage type and how many shots will be fired. On the right side you can see what the odds of a grazing hit, which will reduce the damage dealt, or critical hits, which increases the damage dealt. Moving to the top left corner, you will see the mission objectives. This was the objective that was displayed when you chose the mission. If the mission has a limited time, you can see how many rounds are remaining, as well as how many of the resources in the map have been gathered. All resources can be seen from the overhead map, marked with orange crates. The green ones are loot boxes. Going for the resources is very important, but sometimes you might want to wait until you have reduced the power of the other gang. One issue with gathering missions is that you will need to carry the crates to obtain them. You do not have to extract with these crates, but you will have to be carrying it when the mission ends. You can carry 2 crates at a time on any ganger, and they will take up your hand slots and reduce your initiative by 25 for each crate you are carrying because of the heavy load. This means that you can't use two-handed weapons once you pick one up, so make sure you always have a backup weapon. Only carry 1 crate if you have to, unless you intend to run away. That way you can still singe your enemies while having a crate secured. Sometimes the AI will go for crates rather than fighting, resulting in a very easy target. Moving to the bottom right corner. Here you can see what you have equipped, and you can also see the status of the currently equipped weapon of the ganger. Tier on the left side of the weapon icon and number of shots remaining to the right. You can also see the damage type icon. If a weapon is used too much, it may jam as indicated by the wrench below. Once the bar fills up, the weapon will jam and you will need to use the tactical ability Field Repair to use it again. The inventory can be accessed by pressing I. Here you can see the ganger's equipment on the left side, as well as the contents of his or her backpack. Clicking an item will show the middle window, showing you the stats of the weapon or item currently marked. The top left icon in this window, in this case an eye, indicates the quality of the item. This is a rank 1 item. The description tells you what the item name is and how many credits it's worth. The middle shows you how much AP it takes to use, as well as the initiative penalty, if any, the ganger takes by having it equipped. At the bottom you can see if it's a one or two-handed item. To the right side you can see the special stats that affects the ganger with this weapon equipped. In this case the precision is lower, but you have a higher crit, stun and armor penetration chance. It will also indicate at the bottom if the item is limited to a certain class. Hitting F will put the item in your backpack, and hitting Q will drop it on the ground. On the far right side you can see the weapon and armor summary. If you click another item, you can hold down Control to compare the equipped item with the item in the backpack or loot screen. This way you can quickly identify if you want to switch the weapon out. If you manage to defeat the enemy gang before the timer runs out on some of these missions, or if there is no timer, just when you have defeated them, you get an extra round to secure as much loot as possible. I hope you liked this video. If you did, remember to hit the like button and subscribe for more Necromunda Underhive Wars videos. I hope you have a wonderful game night.
Yeah, so it's kNight's kNight's combat mechanics tutorial. That was a pretty good video, I thought. Yeah, sort of showed us a lot more of the gameplay and different things. Yeah, he mentions that you can, a bit fairly early on in the video, that you can grab canisters, and he says, you know, you don't really want to grab two at once unless you're planning on running away. So I guess he was referring to what AirsickHydra was talking about in the other video about those exits, that you can actually just leave the zone entirely. So I guess if you're planning on just going out of the zone and leaving, then yeah, you can grab two canisters. You won't be able to use any pistols or one-handed melee weapons or anything if you've got both of your hands taken up by canisters. But apparently you can still throw grenades. And I think somebody said you can still punch as well. So I guess you punch them with the barrel, and the grenades, I don't know. No one really can explain how you can throw grenades, but yeah, somebody mentioned that you can throw grenades while you've got both of your hands taken up with canisters. Yeah. Oh yeah. I guess since I talked for like 5 minutes straight about about AirsickHydra, I should talk a little bit about kNight. I haven't seen as much of kNight's stuff, but he's been around for a long time, and one thing. So I've been aware of kNight for a fair while as well, just because whenever I was playing Necromunda, whenever I was playing Mordheim, you know, I quite often like to put on a stream of just somebody else playing, like. I mean, sometimes you want you want somebody who's like an expert in the game to tell you like all the tips and tricks that are going to, you know, give you an advantage or something. Other times you just want somebody that's playing the same game as you, and you kind of have a bit of a stream going in the background, and you can kind of, I don't know, I like to do that anyway. I'm not sure exactly what the good thing about it is, but anyway, point is, when I was playing Mordheim and I just wanted to like kind of have that, I guess, social media thing of, you know, interacting with a YouTuber, there was not really anyone covering it, you know, except for Morjax and kNight Plays. And so, yeah, so I'd always watch old Morjax videos and kNight Plays videos. So thanks kNight for being one of the few YouTubers that actually covered Mordheim really well, and providing us with those videos and supporting the game all that time. And yeah, I think it's really well deserved, and great that both of them got early access. AirsickHydra and kNight Plays, that is. Also, I was going to say about the early access. So I think they've done the early access kind of good in a way, because, like, I think you need to, in order for the creators to have enough time to create some decent content, you know, they need to have a good few days with access to the game to be able to kind of explore it and understand it, and you know, and if otherwise they just put out kind of content that's not very good, you know, because they're in a rush to try to kind of like, I don't know, like kind of beat everybody else to the punch or whatever. Whereas if they're given enough time by the devs, you know, then they can, you know, do a bit more of a considered video, and they can prepare stuff and maybe even do some editing and stuff. Although I think editing just takes a really long time. So, but yeah. Anyway, I'm digressing. But yeah. Anyway, I was saying it's good that the devs have given them a few days with the game, you know, bit of early access, and also it kind of just helps all of us kind of hardcore fans that are just chafing at the bit for every little bit of information, because the devs are presumably busy doing important stuff, and they don't want to have to be creating videos constantly. And you know, you've got AirsickHydra and kNight that I'm sure are more than happy to create as many videos as they humanly can, and they're probably more qualified, honestly, to create the kind of content that we want. You know, I think that, you know, if you're gonna, yeah, that's one of the beauties about this whole social media thing. You know, that the kind of the content creators are also the consumers at the same time. You know, so they know what we like, basically, you know. So yeah, so it's cool. But yeah, the other thing I wanted to mention about the early access is, sometimes they give YouTubers early access like too early, I think. With the Total War franchise, like I've been following I've been playing and following Warhammer Total War quite a lot. and they tend to give the YouTubers like early access like a week earlier sometimes, and it's a long time, you know, like, and like it's almost too long, I think, to the point where, you know, as a player that's waiting to play the content, you're like, what, like, why is like everybody else playing it except me, you know, because there'll be like a lot, like if it's a big game like Total War Warhammer, they, you know, there'll be like 20 or 30 maybe YouTube, I don't know how many they give it out to, but like at least 5 or 6 and more. I think there's some, like a fair few small YouTubers that get early access too. So you know, there's like a heap of people playing it, and there's heaps of content out there of people playing every aspect of the game, discovering everything there is about it, you know. So it's sort of like, yeah, by the time you play it, like if you're really hyped about the new expansion and you're watching every little bit of information that comes out, then you've pretty much experienced everything that there is in it before you even get to have a go of it. So I think that kind of sucks, you know. So I think this way that they've done it with AirsickHydra and kNight is perfect. Like they've got a few days access, but they've got they've still got the NDA, so they can't like answer questions about whatever. They can't show gameplay. And they're limited to just kind of doing these videos about the informative videos about different stuff, but yeah, that's and the actual gameplay, instead of just watching, you know, instead of us just sitting here watching like 6 days or 5 days straight of AirsickHydra and kNight players just doing like 24-hour live streams every day or something, not that they necessarily would be able to physically do that, but you know, instead of that, we're by the time we release came around, we will have just like completely, you know, seen everything the game had to offer practically. You know, you just get like a little bit of a taster the day before, and it doesn't like wear it out, if you know what I mean. So yeah, so I think this is really cool. Really, they just get a little bit of a head start when we get to this thing. I mean, I know why they do it, because it gets more sales. You know, like if you have like these people playing the game that you want to play for ages before you get your hands on it, then you know, you're frustrated and you want to get it. So if you haven't already bought it, you know, you might buy it. But yeah, it's kind of annoying. So I think this way is better. But I don't know if they did this intentionally as a marketing thing, or maybe they're just still working on the game and they just want to try to polish it more. Maybe there's still some little things that are still a little bit junky about the gameplay or something, and they're hoping to be able to just polish out those few more wrinkles before they get a lot of gameplay shown. So you know, so possibly in the, you know, early access versions or whatever, there's some little bugs or something like that. You know, so that could be the reason as well. But yeah, if it was intentional, I think it's actually a good way to go about it. I'll just talk quickly about kNight's actual video. There was I watched this a couple of times earlier today, and did I make some notes? Maybe I did. Anyway, yeah, I didn't really. I was just checking on wifey, so I didn't actually watch it this time while you guys were watching it just now. But there was a couple of things I noticed, like just around 8:06, he's got the backpack going. Sorry, clicking's not very good. Yeah, so just on this screen you can see, so he's got a massive axe, which you can see down here is brawler only. Where is it? Here, brawler only. So presumably if you're another fighter, you would, and see there's the axe there and it doesn't have any icon over it, whereas this autocannon that he's got in his backpack is heavy only. That's that bomb thing is the heavy symbol, so that presumably means that he can't use it. It's sort of grayed out and it's got that heavy symbol on it, so he can't use it, whereas this one doesn't have any symbol. So presumably this symbol only shows up as like a warning to say if you can't use something. But the other thing that's interesting about that is, like, where did he get that from? Like, did he just loot that off an enemy fighter, or like what? I guess, yeah, I don't know why that's exciting to me. Oh, is that what's going on here? Is this guy on the ground? No. What? Maybe I should watch the video again. Is that what's going on? Is he like looting someone's body?
accessed by pressing I. Here you can see the ganger's equipment on the left side as well as the contents of his or her backpack. Clicking an item will show the middle window, showing you the stats of the weapon or item currently marked. The top left icon in this window, in this case an eye, indicates the quality of the item. This is a rank 1 item. The description tells you what the item name is and how many credits it's worth. The middle shows you how much AP it takes to use, as well as the initiative penalty, if any, the ganger takes by having it equipped. At the bottom you can see if it's a one or two-handed item. To the right side you can see the special stats that affects the ganger with this weapon equipped. In this case the precision is lower, but you have a higher crit, stun and armor penetration chance. It will also indicate at the bottom if the item is limited to a certain class. Hitting F will put the item in your backpack and hitting Q will drop it on the ground. On the
yeah, I don't know why that got me so excited, but yeah, I just realized that you can loot the enemy fighters and take their gear basically. Yeah, he doesn't actually mention specifically that that's what's going on, but I'm guessing that's what's going on. Maybe he's like he's just downed some enemy fighter and he's in the process of looting them, and this is what's going on the right hand side here. Yeah, I don't know why that surprised me. You can loot the characters in Mordheim as well, so it's pretty safe to assume they'll have the same thing in Necromunda. But anyway, yeah, so that's interesting. So you can pick up weapons even if you can't use them. There's just a lot more information kind of on the screen, it seems like, than in Mordheim, but yeah. Yeah, I might just have a rest from watching videos for a little while and just chuck on some Mordheim for a while. Maybe I'll just, yeah, so it's been like a solid hour now of just like watching videos and talking about them. I might just yeah, just play some Mordheim for a while, because this is my game time. I just finished work, had a couple hours sleep, and then yeah, now I plan I'll just play some games, watch some videos, and play some more games. My dinner tonight is some 2-minute noodles that I made earlier. Excuse me. Yeah, cool. If anyone comes on, if anyone comes on during the actual live stream to discuss, then yeah, for sure I'll chuck on some videos again. But even if not, like if you're watching this on replay later on, hopefully that review of those couple of videos was interesting to some degree. Yeah, so most of the rest of this live stream I'll just be playing Mordheim and just kind of crapping on about anything I can think of about the upcoming Necromunda game as we go. So without further ado, we'll get our Mordheim up on the screen. Get a bit of volume going again, just for a bit of ambient sound. Yeah, I think we're pretty good. I think I kind of wanted to crap on more about just general Necromunda stuff, but yeah, I might just leave that for now. Tomorrow's Saturday for me, so I've got the day off, so I might just that way I can sort of take a bit more time to make look at sort of the content that's come out recently and maybe make some more considered videos. Yeah, I hope that stuff that I was saying about AirsickHydra and kNight is cool. I don't know. No offense was meant. Hopefully it was all positive. So I don't know if it's really. I mean, it's still kind of new to this. I only just started this channel like 3 weeks ago now. So I don't really know what the etiquette is and stuff about everything yet. So for anyone who has any interest in Mordheim, which is probably no one at this point, we're we're recreating the famous Carroburg Greatswords Regiment. I guess this isn't like the actual Carroburg Greatswords, because why would they be in Mordheim? But maybe these are some veterans of the regiment, you know, that have under their old captain that's disgraced, who's you know, got his side business now. He's like a mercenary. He doesn't work for the Reichland government anymore. He's got some nefarious employer, and he's taking his elite Carroburg Greatswords into wreck shop and take care of business. So here's the boys. Unfortunately, we can't get the really nice blood red. Actually, I wonder if we just turn down the brightness or something, or is there something we can do with the colors? Texture, brightness. I don't know. Maybe I'll just turn the brightness down a little bit. I don't know if that'll do anything. Didn't really notice any difference. Actually, I might turn the brightness way down. I love the atmosphere in this game. So let's try and make it more atmospheric. How about that? It doesn't really do anything, does it? I mean, it's a bit dimmer, kind of. Yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, so if you haven't watched any of the previous videos, the gist of it is that we're trying to make a greatsword company. We're using mercenaries. The greatsword company idea, like everyone with greatswords, ideally everyone with kind of heavy armor, except for a couple of the young bloods which are in lighter armor. It doesn't work very well. There's not really any synergies that are particularly good. Pretty much everything that you can do with this warband would be better if they were a different warband, if they were not all greatswords and heavy armor, you know. But having said that, we're still going to try to, you know, optimize things as well as we can. So yeah, in terms of skills and stuff, there's really nothing great that we can do, but there is still stuff we can do where we're working on that. In terms of the strategic layer, basically one of the many problems with this is that if you're level 10 and you're a hero, then you've got 9 of these action, I can't remember what they're called now, action points, combat points, whatever, the red ones, red pills. So yeah, if you're level 10, then you've got 9 of these red pills, which allows you to attack 3 times with a two-handed weapon. But if you're level 9 or 8 or whatever, and you've only got 8 of these red pills, then you can only attack twice. Whereas if the enemy player has that many red pills and they have a one-handed weapon, then they can get more attacks. You know, it's more efficient. So yeah, basically, it's only really good to have my characters either kind of level 1 or 2, so they've only got the starting amount of red pills, or have them at level 10. There's no advantage to having sort of level 6 or 7 guys. So, well, there is some advantage, but the enemy teams get more of an advantage, basically. The other issue is with the weapons. So we've got one purple greatsword on one of our. Where have I just lost what I was doing? Yeah, so this guy, this guy's got our epic greatsword here. And everyone else has got grey greatswords because I just didn't have any other greatswords. So this warband's actually been going for a few years, like on and off. Just whenever I play Mordheim, sometimes I jump in and, you know, up the ante with these guys, grow the warband a bit more. But it's gone through a few iterations. Like none of these guys are the original members or anything like that. But yeah, so my point being that in my sort of inventory, I've got like a heap of junk, but none of this stuff is useful for us as a greatsword company. You know, all we can pretty much do is use the heavy armor and the what do we sell? Yeah, this is all our junk. So none of these things are greatswords, obviously. So not really that useful. I'm not going to sell it all just in case I want to reuse this warband again for some other role-playing thing later on. And our other objective is to unlock level 5 with Sigmar's Haven, so that we can get access to Sister Superior heroes and Warrior Priest heroes. So even though we're a greatsword company, we're going to be like Robin Hood. You know how they've got like the Friar Tuck guy, so everyone's going to be a greatsword, an Empire greatsword, ex Empire greatsword, I guess, except for like maybe we'll have like one guy who's a Warrior Priest, or maybe we could have like 2. We could have like one guy who's a Warrior Priest and his like nun battle nun that accompanies him or something like that, you know. But yeah, we'll see how we go anyway. But yeah, I think I'm definitely, the plan was always to have at least one warrior priest in the pack, because the warrior priest gets an ability that gives you plus 20% armor absorption, and he gets healing. So one of our many problems with this warband is that we don't have any defensive skills basically that work. So the whole kind of strategy revolves around getting local superiority in numbers and just stacking up damage and trying to kill them before they kill us. So basically, if we can get this warrior priest going, he'll be kind of like the backbone of the warband, providing heals and armor enhancement to our guys. Anyway, without further ado, I think we've got a few points to spend on these guys, so we'll just quickly run through and spend their experience. As I'm just going to get rid of all these guys, so none of them are going to actually... Probably none of them are going to actually survive until they get to high level. So we'll just... we're just going to apply their points pretty randomly. If we were playing this game properly, then we would... actually be kind of considering exactly how many points we're going to put in each different slot, because that'll determine what skills you're able to purchase later on for anyone who hasn't played the game. And it's exactly the same in Necromunda. However, in Necromunda the interface is a little bit more clear. So I think it was in AirsickHydra's video, not the one that we just watched, but the other one that he did prior to that about warband, about gang, creating a gang and stuff, that showed you how you kind of level up your characters and you can choose which things you want. So the interface is a lot nicer than it was in Mordheim. Basically, you go to choose a skill, it'll tell you need this many points in your attributes, then you can sort of switch over your attribute screen, pop a couple of points in there, go back in there again and get the skill you want. It seems like a lot more convenient and a lot more sort of easy to understand, you know. So basically we're just putting intelligence, strength and weapon skill on everyone except for the young bloods who can actually do a decent dodge build. So we're putting their physical point into agility instead of strength. Excuse me. Yeah, it's sort of counterintuitive from a roleplay point of view, but I think that the plan will be that our young bloods will be sort of like our sort of, not tanks exactly, but sort of tanks, like tar pit sort of guys, you know. So what we'll probably want to send in like a champion or someone that's got heavy armor and high melee defense, melee resistance, sorry, to take an initial ambush charge or something like that to, you know, engage the enemy. And then once the enemy is engaged, then we can send in our young bloods and they can be part of the... yeah, actually that doesn't work. See, nothing synergizes to this warband. But anyway, yeah, so basically the young bloods can dodge, but they can't take a hit. Like if they don't have their dodge skill active, such as if you trigger an ambush, then they've just only got light armor and they get wrecked pretty hard. So it's got exceptional warpstone. That's pretty cool. But it's also deadly, which is not very cool. Yeah, I pretty much don't care about my money. I'm really keen to get some purple greatswords, but there's nothing we can really do to effectively enhance our chances of getting that done. See, that one's got a good starting location. Both start around their warbands, but around their wagons, which is what you want in this game. But rewards aren't very good. So this one's. Yeah, it's deadly. It's not great. Ugh. I don't know if it's worth... I'm not sure what the difference is. Like, is good... Like, is exceptional like twice as good as average, or is it just like a bit better than average? Nah, fuck it. Right, excuse me my French, sorry about that. Oh, I didn't check if everyone had a weapon.
and is hurrying to recover a
I think everyone's got a weapon. I think it's
equivalent
okay.
in the area. With this information, you are
I'm just
able
finishing
to
my
lead them to the
noodles.
location and deploy patrols to watch for the enemy's arrival.
Those noodles were actually pretty disgusting. They're pretty cold now. Anyway, okay, so oh, we won the no, we didn't. Okay, so I think my plan was with this was I'm going to put my heroes on the other slot. So this slot's like no slot. So this slot's like further away, right? So I'll put my young bloods over here with my captain, and because they're the three with the highest movement in the party, and we'll put these guys because these guys will have the slowest movement in the middle. This guy's got a bit faster movement. This guy's got a little bit faster movement. Actually, no, this guy. So that guy, we just really don't want him to lose that greatsword, basically. Like, if everyone else dies, like, I don't care. Like, I don't care what happens as long as we don't lose that purple greatsword. Basically, that's the only thing that can happen that's bad. Alright, move on to phase 2, the coffee. Yeah, actually, after this battle, I might quickly play AirsickHydra's other video from this morning. The one that inspired me to say all those nice things about him. Because, yeah, my wife's probably going to go to bed soon, so I can use that. I can entertain anyone who's watching the replay with that video while I go and say goodnight to her. And then I can come back and talk about it, because I think I made some notes earlier. There's some interesting stuff to say. Okay, so we got witch hunters. So we like, yeah, as discussed in previous stream, we like witch hunters and we like human mercenaries because they're the ones that can possibly have great swords. Unfortunately, none of the enemies we faced in the last battle had a great sword, but you know, it could happen. I think, like, so another thing I could do is give all of my guys blue or purple weapons, other two-handed weapons, and just say that they, you know, they didn't have any great swords at the shop, so they just got what they could. But one thing about that is that, you know, it's not a great sword, and you know, I really want to just actually use great swords because that's kind of the whole point of the campaign. But the good thing about that would be that there'd be more purple weapons in the enemy's hands. Oh, crap! We don't want none of that. We do not want none of that. Crap. Okay, so we don't want to go down here, and after all, we want to go cut across here and come back this way, maybe. Yeah, because if we engage here, these guys are very slow. They're going to take like 3 turns to get over there. So basically, we want these guys to go here, these guys to go here, and these guys to kind of run all the way around here and just avoid everything. So, without further ado, let's do that, if we can. Okay, let's see if we can just go around this way. Maybe a little blue circle here somewhere. Yeah. Try and stretch it out as much as possible. Right, so we'll get this bit of woodstone. Nice. Nice chunk of words there. And then we go over here. Go over here. Over here. Okay, so this looks pretty good. We'll go right over here. Hopefully we can get this guy out of the way enough that the next guy can get past him. Since we're right here at the box, we may as well get a formula. Yeah, so I still haven't unlocked all the formula with this warband. I think that what I did is that I actually deleted my previous warbands. Crap. We don't want none of that either. We want none of any of this. I thought I could see an enemy somewhere, but maybe he's not in my line of sight. Maybe I can see him there, but he's not actually. Oh, that's one of my guys. Right, so that's where we want to get to. So yeah, I want to come over here as close as we can get to there. Now my commander has got heavier armor, so he runs slower, but he's got more action points than these guys, so he should be able to... Crap. Okay. Oh, so that's why they do it, right. So yeah, so if you run up next to somebody and go into ambush stance, then you don't trigger their counterattacks. I literally never thought I only just figured that out like this time playing Mordheim, like on these streams. But yeah, so like if you're so yeah, if you run up to somebody who hasn't used up their attack points, and then you attack them, they'll use their attack points remaining to counterattack you. So essentially, they're gonna those attack points that otherwise would have been completely wasted, they're gonna then use on you. However, if you just go into ambush stance, then when their next turn comes around, they then have lost those action points from previous turn that didn't get used, and then they attack you. Then you ambush them and use your counter attack points on them. So yeah, so it's just yeah, I don't know, pretty basic kind of a thing, but I just never kind of thought about it before, I guess. Okay, so the plan is that we want to get everyone to sweep around here and meet up maybe around here. That's the plan, but it's not going to work because we've got to fight this guy because he's kind of forced the issue. But anyway, we'll try our best. Just sort of beeline over here. Okay, so one thing we can do here that's pretty cool is, see, even though he's in ambush stance, like we're around here, he can't ambush us because the other guy's circle of whatever is in the way. This yellow circle here is blocking that guy's ambush. So what we'll do is we'll bring this guy in here, and then he just slides into combat without triggering the guy's ambush. So the guy's used up his... I've just wasted his ambush. That's not going. Those action points are gone. But he's a hero. He's still going to have another attack. So he's going to get a counter attack me. But at least we negated his ambush. And then he's going to counter attack. And then we can counter attack again. Ah, okay. Scratch that. He was never in ambush in the first place. So he didn't actually have an ambush set up. We just thought he did. Yeah, 5% dodge chance. That's about as good as it's going to get for these guys. Nice. And some nice damage on this guy. I'm not going to be able to finish him this turn, unfortunately. Close. One crit, they would have done the job. So yeah, we'll do this battle, then we'll watch the watch AirsickHydra's first video from yesterday, and then we'll talk about that for a while, and then probably come back and do another battle. So yeah, these guys we're all just going to try and run over here. So basically, our main strategy is just trying to group everyone up. Can't really do much else. So yeah, they've kind of got this ring thing going on in Necromunda as well, but it's a bit more high tech looking. You can see every individual meter that they can run, and it does. I don't know if it's sort of like waypoints or if it's.
Has started.
I assume it's the same sort of waypoint situation. I think AirsickHydra mentioned it. I didn't remember seeing it visually, but he did mention there's something about waypoints. Oh, is he going to run? Does everyone get a hit? Yeah, nice. Yeah, all the lane checks are good. I wonder if you have all the lane checks in Necromunda. I don't think I've seen anyone mention that. It doesn't seem as appropriate for Necromunda for some reason. But yeah. Yeah, none of these guys have great swords. Unfortunately. I think I respect to get the ability that gives you whoosh, gives you a chance of getting great weapons in between matches. Okay, so we've got our troops kind of beelining over there. These guys seem to be kind of winning this combat anyway. We've got our heavy hitter over there. Yeah, we'll kind of cut across here. Set off a trap. No. We've got his dodge up to 70% now, so it's starting to get kind of somewhat. We might run into enemies coming from that direction. Maybe. I do like the look of these guys when they're not wearing helmets. The helmets I think look really silly. I mean, I like the helmets. Don't get me wrong; they fit into the background. They're pretty cool, but they're just I just don't like them. Like, if you want this guy to be one of your kind of heroic characters that you really like, they kind of look a bit silly. I don't know. Maybe I'm vain. Maybe I'm vain about my characters, but. Just going to kind of monitor the chat in the Discord, just to give some cues of stuff to talk about. Okay, we'll just keep gathering up these guys. Yes, this guy's actually outpacing the rest of this pussy now, so you can kind of, maybe we'll just join him up with these guys to be a bit safer if everyone kind of travels together. This shows you how much faster they move. Like they've kind of crossed the whole map. Because I feel like this guy with the pistol is not going to do too much damage with the pistol. So maybe the best thing to do is just to join in on this guy and get the kill faster. Because yeah, it's with the way that the defenses work in this game, just stacking up is always the way to go. Because you know, if you got dodge, you might dodge the first attack. If you got the advanced sort of dodge, you might dodge the second one. And if you got the highest level of dodge, you could dodge three times. So if you attack 3 different targets, then you've got 3 different chances for them to completely negate your attacks. Whereas if 3 guys all attack 1 target, you know, your first guy might be negated, but the other guys will, you know, kind of wreck shop. So actually with this guy, we might actually delay because this guy's got the purple growth sword. So we want to, yeah, like I just said, we want to negate this guy's dodges with one of these other guys that's going to do a weaker attack. Okay, so he didn't have dodge on anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah. Still, it was tactically the correct decision. Okay, so we're just trying to get in here. So at this point it might... no. I was going to say, at this point it might have always be better to go in the front here. Sort of go around there, but yeah, I guess probably going this way and then kind of like that might be the way. I don't know. These guys... Probably the fight's going to be over before these guys even get there. Yeah, if we could get some level 10 guys, some level 10... Jeez, this guy's in some serious trouble actually, isn't he? Yeah, so this guy's going to go down next hit. If we're lucky, you can end this guy. See, if I engage one of these enemy guys, then there's a chance that they won't get to kill this other guy. But that means splitting our attacks between 2 different guys. Yeah, I'll go on this. I'll move into this guy. So that means at least this guy can't shoot my pal. And then the other free witch hunter, he may charge my pal, but if he does charge my damaged champion, then at least that frees up my other warrior to stack up on the ranged witch hunter again. So we have the 2 guys, because like the damaged champion's pretty much going to die before he gets another activation, I think. There's not really much we can do about that, but we've kind of done what we can to, you know, mitigate it as well as possible.
A new round has started.
Yeah, Necromunda's going to be good. Yeah, I really want to watch another Necromunda video now, so as soon as we finish this battle, we'll try and wrap this up quickly, and then we'll watch some more Necromunda. Okay, so this guy's probably going to take out a damaged champion. Ha, sucker. Woohoo! He lives. He yet lives. No crit, so he's still operating at full combat. Oh. This guy's gonna kill him. He's gonna shoot my guy. Yeah, damn it. Alright, well, you know, what can you do? Yeah, so it was a bad idea to engage here. Maybe what we can do is just run these guys straight across here, and if a fight starts here, then these guys can get in there and we can, you know, get a bit more action happening. Yeah, let's try and do that. Yeah, basically we just don't want that champion to the purple two-handed to die. That's the gist of it. Alright, we'll head down here. God damn it. I mean, I saw that trap, I just kind of subconsciously hoped it wasn't going to be a trap. Yes, unfortunately wishing does not make it so. And I feel like we're quite close to these guys, so we're probably not quite in charge range next round, but... So yeah, it wouldn't be the worst thing possibly if their knight comes back and attacks these guys. We're still outmatched in the corner there with the two witch hunters probably, but possibly our captain can get over there and help them out. Oof, wrecked. 93 damage is a pretty solid hit. Yeah, alright, well, you know, thank you for your service. We might be going to run out of purple heavy armor at some point. Oh no, actually heavy armors are pretty easy to come by because there's only 3 types, heavy, light and medium, so you tend to get heaps of it. But because there's so many different weapon variants, trying to collect just one type of weapon, i.e. greatswords, is kind of a bit difficult. Yeah, I just don't know what the quickest way to get this guy in there is going to be. What about if we can drive over here somehow? Oh yeah. Okay. If this guy wants to come in here and get an ambush on him, we can oblige him. And that'll mean that our 2 youngbloods can come in as well and get some damage on them. So yeah, these guys should probably all follow the captain. They're not going to make it anywhere near as far as he did. So what's going here? We're in... Jeez, this is not great. So this guy's got heavy armor and he does a lot of damage. We're in danger of losing our sweet purple weapon. Yeah, I guess we know for next time. Next time we just want to put our guy with the purple weapon in our largest group of guys. Like, there's another. I mean, the top number one top objective is just to not lose that purple greatsword. So yeah, we have to treat that objective as the most important next time. Yep. Just eating some traps. Let's send this guy around. Just gotta wait to see if there's another way around.
A new round has started.
You get a malice for shooting into melee, so I thought he would be sort of safe from the shot, but yeah, at least someone missed. Nice. Ouch. Yeah, I think that knight's going to probably drop him when he gets his turn. And no other characters are not going to make it in time. But hopefully we can kill whoever loots him and then get his greatsword back. Okay. So we don't really want to set off this guy's ambush, but we might have to. Oof. Yeah, that sucked. He's got a lot of health. So I don't know whether I should just be running in, trying to get more guys. Okay. Yeah, I mean, let's do it. Yeah, alright, so we're going to sacrifice that other young blood, basically. Just so that we can get more guys into this mix here. Cool, dodge paid off. You might even win that combat, if we're lucky. So this, yeah, unfortunately this knight's probably about to kill our champion. But hopefully we can still reclaim his weapon. Oosh. Please miss. Come on, miss. Alright, he went down. So what do we got up there? Oh, they got that young blood up there that's going to die now. Yeah, so maybe we should get this guy up here, get him into combat with this knight. This heavy armored knight's going to take a lot of killing, unfortunately. Okay, so this guy can't really make it over there anyway. So we'll see if we can get a sweet charge on this guy. This guy should also be able to get into him. Oh, this guy's got 4 action points. We don't want this guy. He's non-optimal. Might be able to get one more. down. Could almost. If he goes over here, we might have to get somebody past him. There's one more slot where somebody could sort of slot in there, do some damage. Possibly.
A new round has started.
Oh no, their whole team gets a turn before us, unfortunately. Yeah, we're not too high on the initiative ladder. So it could delay, but then he's going to have another attack, I think. I think that's him next in the initiative order. Where is he here? So it's him at 48. Yeah, so, yeah. No, I don't want him to get another attack, so... Finish him. Oh dear. Alright, so we don't really want this guy to get killed, so we might just kind of delay him a bit. What is delayed? I think he pushed down by 10 initiative slots, so he's going to be 42 now? No. Maybe he went down by 20. Maybe he's sitting at 32 or something. Okay, so they don't have any more attacks left now. So I'm trying to get in on this guy. Nope. Come on. How come we can't just take his greatsword? Okay, cool. So we're not in combat. So to try and save our Youngblood from getting hit, I'm going to move into this guy's zone of control. Now, this guy can't jump out of combat with me this time. He's got back to the wall. Ah, yeah, crit. So he's screwed, that guy now. So he gets minus 10% to his to hit rate and all, to hit chance and all that kind of stuff, all that good stuff. So he's in a pretty bad state. Yeah, so the captain potentially could go for a dodge build as well because he's got the raw stats to be able to kind of make it. So I'm just going to use this guy to basically pin this guy so he can't kill the Youngblood. So he's probably going to be sacrificing himself, but that's okay. Damn it. Alright, put him over here so he doesn't block somebody else's chance of getting into an ambush. I don't think, into a charge, sorry. I don't think anyone's going to quite make it, unfortunately, but... See, I feel like he could just almost charge, but... No, can't get in there. So we're losing at the moment. We're about to bottle out. Oh, did we pick up our... Oh, crap. I forgot to pick up the purple greatsword. I'm pretty sure it's like decayed.
A new round has started.
Sorry for the loud typing. I was just responding, no, not responding, just commenting on something in the Discord. Okay, what's our Youngblood doing? So yeah, I'm pretty sure we've missed the opportunity to loot our greatsword. So I think there's sort of some sort of random chance for it to not be lost. Can't remember what our guy's name was. But yeah, anyway, it's gone. Anyway, I guess so. Don't know which. Well, I feel like we're going to get more... Ah, yeah, screw it. I don't care about this guy. He's going to die anyway, probably. Oh, but he's going to... Yeah, he's got more chance of surviving over here, I think. Because we'll put a dodge on him. Maybe we couldn't have got the Squire's Curse on this guy earlier. We could have been stuck using his pistols, which would have been handy. Shh, crap. Right. So we're going to dodge stance. It's only 50%, but it's better than nothing. If we're lucky, maybe our captain can drop this guy. So we can kill both of these witch hunters here, then possibly we can make them rout and end the game. And then we can watch another Necromunda video as a reward. Yeah, so we're not going to quite drop this guy, but he has been crit already, so he's got minus 10% chance to hit, and we've got 50% dodge on the Youngblood, so he's got a reasonable chance of survival. If we're lucky, we might be able to get another one of these warrior henchmen around there to help finish him off as well. So this guy can just go around here. Yeah, so we're not going to kill this leader this round. Excuse me. But he's going to have to make an all-alone test, so I imagine his leadership's pretty high, but, you know, there's a chance. Yeah, so I think I'm going to go over here just so we can potentially get him. No. Yeah, if that had a crit, we would have killed him, but it was not to be.
A new round has started.
So far so good. Not so good.
Your warband is critically low.
Yeah, I was just saying in the Discord that I think the way that they gave the early access to AirsickHydra and kNight Plays is really good, because they've got a few days to make videos. They don't have to rush too much. That content's great for us because we're really keen to get any information we can. And then we have to make a route test. Well, we should. This will force them to make a route test once this drops as well. Okay, so this guy we basically just want to stay out of combat as much as possible, because he's got no health left. Maybe he doesn't die from warp effects. But yeah, his job is basically just to stand over here and not get hit. Just practice his dodge stance. And then we'll try and stack everybody else up on this. I think are they below the... Yeah, they're below the threshold, so they have to make a route test as well at the start of next round. I think it's the start of the round. Hopefully they'll fail theirs. I'm not sure if both teams make their route test at the start of the round, or if they make their tests in initiative order, or how it works. Good hit, good hit. Okay, so this guy's potentially going to drop before the end of the round, with a little bit of luck. Probably not though. Chances got a lot higher. We've got 70% chance now. 80%. Boom. Alright. I think they're going to make a route test anyway, but now they can't use the leader's leadership, so I think that makes them more likely to fail. I wonder if we loot this other guy, if we can get his greatsword. I don't remember him having that, but sure. Where are the enemy? Alright, so they're gonna make a route test. Fail it. Yeah. So yeah, so I think they, I don't know, maybe we made our route test or something, but
when the Baron here
yeah, they obviously failed theirs.
the enemy, he will be as pleased as a halfling in a pie shop. He may even send a bit of gold by way of gratitude.
I don't mind a bit of gold. Yeah, I might pop AirsickHydra's other video on now. Sorry, I stuff up the sound pretty often, so I haven't kind of figured it all out yet. But I think what we want to do is turn off. What are we doing here? We have to. Oh, maybe we have to do this.
The gods are with you.
Yes, he's still got his greatsword. So this was the guy that had the purple greatsword. That's like the only weapon, the only item that we don't want to lose.
Nice progress.
Oh, I think that it'll lose. Oh no, we get the weapon back. That's cool. We've got his armor and everything back.
The
That's cool.
gods are with you.
Yeah, master formula of steel. That's cool. So I mean, I wonder if maybe we should start enchanting stuff and that kind of thing. It'd be one way of actually getting some things, but I mean, you know, getting some actual advantages, because our guys are very bargain basement now. They're all pretty much just basic. They don't have any skills. A lot of them. Yeah, anyway, I'm just going to turn off the sound, and then we will queue up another video. So, it was AirsickHydra's video I wanted to watch. This one, customization. Sorry, I'll just turn off that sound. I don't need to hear about Grammarly. Yeah, I have to figure out like how to manage the sound stuff. So yeah, I guess I should have turned off the desktop audio when I did that. That would have been the way to go. Okay, so I think we've got this kind of set up okay. And we'll just put the sound back up. Yeah, so this is a video that AirsickHydra did earlier today that shows all the gang creation and customization. Yeah, I'll let you watch the video first. It goes for 15 minutes. Okay, so I guess I'll have a little 15-minute break. I've already watched this video and made some notes about it, so I'll just pop this on, and then yeah, if you haven't seen it, check it out. It's a good video. If you have seen it, then come back in 15 minutes and we can have a chat about it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to an A to Z tutorial for Necromunda Underhive Wars' gang customization and creation process. My name's AirsickHydra, and let's smash this new gang button and go ahead and run through the entire process. So if we kick things off by looking at the new gang screen, we can see we have House Escher over on the left hand side here, House Goliath in the middle, and House Orlok on the right. Now I'm not going to go through every single one of these numbers telling you exactly what I think of all of them. This is just an outline of how to create a gang, but it's safe to say that the house perk and the bonus stats apply to every single member of your gang, so something really worth noting, as it will have a large impact on your playstyle. Now, I really like House Escher. They're my favourite, so that's what I'm going to be building today. In particular, I love the skill which applies poisons based on melee hits, which makes, well, them whacking you back more expensive for them. So, hey, you can swing it in melee a little bit. So we're going to go with a custom gang instead of a starter gang, which is to say we're going to do it ourselves rather than to go with a template. Now, you can also generate random names, which is pretty cool. Poison Crew sounds good to me, but of course you can type your own in. But, okay, well, we're now Ravens. Tunnel Creepers, much better. Okay, custom gang, let's get the show on the road. And here we are in the hideout screen. Now, if you're here for the first time, you will get a little pop-up tutorial telling you what to click. But if you skip through that and then are regretting your choices in life, then click on crew management, because simply put, you do not have a crew yet. And when you click on this, you're going to realize you don't have anything to do in the crew screen other than to click on recruitment, because, well, you're going to need a leader first, and you must recruit a leader first. So as soon as you click this, it will throw a leader at you. Now we have some choices in front of us. When it comes to the leader, so by clicking on the leader in the top right here, you can see that you don't have a choice of ranks. This is because the starting rank for the leader has basically rank 5 from the off. So what this means, well, we'll come to that in a minute when we come to perks. When it comes to recruiting the other gangers, you will have a choice as to how much you want to spend on them and how good they are. But we're just going to go with the leader, which is the only thing you can choose, and then we're going to choose a career for them. So we have Deadeye, we have Brawler, we have Heavy, we have Saboteur, and we have Lay Mechanic. Now, the names sort of do what they do what they say on the tin. The Lay Mechanic fixes things. The Saboteur sabotages things. The Heavy has a heavy gun. The Brawler likes to brawl, and the Deadeye, well, has a grapnel vine as well, and is a little bit more shooty orientated, you could say. Well, at least mobility orientated, which is pretty cool. So for my Escher leader, I'm going to go with a Saboteur. Main reason being that I like the bonus agility, willpower, and alertness that comes with this. So we're going to go ahead and choose this career. And obviously that bonus to agility will go on top of my previous bonus for being in House Escher. Therefore I have 17 agility, which gives me plus 17% chance to avoid melee and ranged attacks, which is awesome. And as well as that, we have pretty high willpower and pretty decent melee. Now, if you want a very brief overview as to what these stats do, agility is effectively evasion, strength is melee penetration, so how well you get through armor and how likely you are to stun by mitigating stun resist. Toughness is more healing received and critical resistance. Willpower is resistance to stress and debuffs. Intelligence is ranged penetration, which is a pretty cool stat, as well as experience bonus per mission, which is cool. Alertness increases your chance to deflect hits, reducing the amount of damage they do by quite a lot, and obviously the initiative order. Melee prowess is the chance of dealing proper hits instead of grazing hits to an enemy, which is very relevant because when you do a grazing hit it doesn't do a lot, and the chance to avoid an enemy evasion. Same for ranged as to melee, but obviously with a ranged weapon and accuracy is critical hit chance, so there you go. Now for the really exciting stuff, and there is a lot more customization soon, but we're going to go for this face. That looks a little bit like, could that be Eva Green? No, not really, not at all. I'm thinking of a celeb, but I can't think. Anyway, so now we can choose what they look like. We can choose them to be a little bit more chunky. We can go very, very slender. Now, I want the agility bonus, despite the fact that it makes me look a little bit on the weedy side. But hey, I could be a catwalk model. Strength is pretty cool. It's not a melee character, though, so we're going to go agility because that puts our agility even higher. It's why we're already on 17, because it started with agility. Then we can make her, we'll go for observant. So she's going to have lots and lots of alertness as well, and it increases the max alertness too, which is pretty useful. It's something you can aim for. Now, we could go for melee prowess here. She's looking pretty reasonable for a melee fighter still, even though she's currently carrying a flamer. Sure, we're going to have a melee saboteur. Why not? You could do whatever you like. So we're going to hire this fighter by holding the button down here. There is a fighter. Now, let me run through the process again, and this time it's going to be a little bit more swanky because we're going to recruit a competent Juve. And this is going to cost us 350. And we have 500 left in total, so we started with 650. Obviously, we spent 150 on the leader. Now we're going to be spending 350 on a competent Juve. So we're going to go ahead and recruit, and they do come with an injury. Now, this varies depending on your recruitment. So if I change class, you might find that disappears. So this is, as far as I can tell, a little bit randomly generated, which is pretty cool. So we're going to go with a heavy because I think, no, we're going to go with a brawler. We're going to go with a brawler because I think brawlers are cool. So firstly, we need to change the weapon. Well, no, not firstly. Firstly, we need to do some face things. Miserable, content, curious. We'll go with curious. We're back to having an injury again. Oh, hey, we'll just cope with having the injury for the sake of science. So now we're going to click on this fighter, and I'm going to show you what you can do with your 500 experience. So we're going to need to go to the next screen because there's not much to do on here other than rename her or lay her off. We could promote her to leader after a bit of experience, but for now, this is pretty much all we can do, other than point out that we don't have a virtue, vice or talent yet. They develop randomly after you reach rank 5. We're currently rank 1. And let me show you on that note how to rank up. Now, what these things do, well, they're random, and who knows what they could be. It could be being immune to injuries for a certain body type. It could be that you're incredibly stubborn and you can't disengage anymore. It could be anything. I haven't actually seen the disengage one. That was just a guess. Right, so we go to stats now, and this is where we level up. We look in the top left side of the screen here, there are 2 empty circles. That means you need to buy 2 things in order to reach the next rank. So we're rank 0 right now. I want to have better melee prowess, so we'll buy 2 of them, and now I've ranked up to rank 1. So I'm a little bit closer to unlocking my first random thing as well. Now, why do you want to do that? Well, because the first active and passive slot, yes, that's right, you get it at rank 1. Another at rank 2, 3, 4, 5. The leader starts off with all available, so you can start kitting them out pretty quickly with lots of actives and passives, which makes them cool, but you're going to have to get some experience for them to do that. So just before I buy some more things, I'm going to go ahead and up this a little bit. We'll go for a little bit more agility, and that'll do for now. So now we're another rank, we can go on the perk screen and start going for some passives. Now I'm going to go for Enrage. There's lots to choose from. You can go from your brawler specific ones, your gang specific ones, or your Juve specific ones. Now it doesn't seem like there's loads, but there is a fair choice enough, and I would say all of them seem to have a use, unlike many situations I've seen where the majority of skills don't do anything. Most of them in this seem to do something notable. So Daunting Presence, for example, makes it harder for people to disengage from you. You've got Fury, which makes it harder for enemies to avoid your hits. We go to another screen, let's go Chem Chaser, 20% stress resistance after you've used a support consumable, and you can have all sorts of things here, all sorts of things. I'm going to go for a little bit of Galvanize because that's pretty cool. So bypasses melee evasion. Basically, after you've done an Intimidation, Carry, or Warcry, you bypass the enemy's chance of dodging. So that's cool. We're going to go for that because, funnily enough, I'm going to go for Intimidation because this is really cool. Plus 35% chance, cost rather, to all tactical skills. Now, is there anything better than that? I actually think there is. Where are you? You're here somewhere. And there's some really cool ones. I like Intimidation, so it basically means enemies are going to have a hard time doing tactical skills near you. We'll cover that in the gameplay videos to actually what that is. We're going to go for... Okay, we'll go for this, which is Terrorize. So enemies are less likely to hit in melee, 35% around you, or with a ranged attack, provided they're within 10 meters of you. That's pretty reasonable, though, so we'll go for that. Job done. So we'll go and have another look here. Daunting Presence, what does that do? Plus 5 disengage? Nah, we'll go for Enrage. Now, if you want to upgrade a skill, let's go back to Enrage. You'll see you have some prerequisites down here. We'll need 8 toughness in order to spend 50 to upgrade that again. So if we go to our toughness, upgrade that to 8. There we go. Now we've got an extra slot as well, so we could be here a little while, but I'm not going to do all of this. that will that will probably do for now. Okay, and then we've upgraded this. Now, you're probably asking, okay, well, what else can I do, Hydra? And it's also worth pointing out on the leader that you have access to a lot more different skills. Now, I'm not going to sit here and go through all of them, although I'm sure many of you want me to, so you can sort of pick away and see exactly what's in the game. That's for another video when we go through the skills. But for now, we're going to need to equip people differently, because that doesn't look like an Escher fighter to me. So we'll go to equipment here, click on the weapon, and we're going to stick that in the stash with the Q button. Click on the empty weapon, click change with E, and then we're going to go for, I'm going to look at, let's see the difference between a spudjacker and a massive axe. Oh no, a spudjacker and a sword. They're both one-handed at least. So sword has stun 15, crit chance 15, hit precision 15. They're quite interesting to me, and of course 31 average damage. Okay, well let's look at the spudjacker. Aha! 50% stun chance. That'll do me very nicely. Thank you very much. A little bit less damage, but that's fine. I can spudjack people. So we're going to also give her a auto pistol for the Daka. So now we've got Daka and Whacker confirmed. And you'll also notice some of the characters come with some free equipment. So this lovely bruiser will come with 45% damage resistance on both arms as a passive effectively. So we can also check out injuries. Your fighter has been injured. So here you can see your collection of injuries and you can see what it is. There will be times where you can buy sort of things to mitigate injuries, such as cybernetics, and some of them won't be permanent and some of them can be mitigated by certain things, but we'll cover that in another video. Now, customization, pretty important and exciting. So firstly, change our skin tone slightly. We'll go for a bit of that, and we'll go change our tattoos for, yep, I like that one. Straps, cool. Okay, what if you don't like the color of the tattoos? Okay, we'll go there. We'll change the color of the tattoos. We'll go for, oof, that's a horrible color scheme. So if you don't like the color palettes on here, the presets, you click on the right hand side to advanced, and then you can pick exactly the color you like. We're going to flash.
I might just kind of. So yeah, he's just gonna talk a lot about customization options here. But yeah, he touched on. I actually probably should have watched the video again just then instead of having a break. But he did kind of like mention a few little like intriguing things that I wanted to find out more about, but I didn't sort of take note of them. One thing I was noticing is it seemed like there was only 3 faces, and I was wondering, is that, I don't know exactly where the screen is, but it's probably a little bit earlier. By certain things, but we'll cover that in another passive effect. Confirmed. It was back when they first started hiring people, I think. Now, why do you want to do that? There you go, face shape 3. They do come with an injury. Now this. So do the faces change if they change the character? You might find that disappears. So no, so the face shape changed from 1 to 2 automatically when they changed. So we're going to go with a heavy because I think we're going to. See, I don't know if there's 3 different faces for each class or if there's 3 different faces in total. I kind of think there's 3 different faces in total, which doesn't seem like a lot, you know. But the face details. Oh, okay. So there's 7 different faces. The face shape is just kind of like the shape of their head or something, whereas the face details is the kind of actual face. So there's like 7 different faces and 3 different versions of those 7. So I guess that's all right. That's not as bad as I thought. There's other things he mentioned, like he said about the backpack. He said something. Where was that? 1440. Yeah. So he said this little comment about the. There being a penalty to action economy. But that's what you can do. Your characters, in terms of their backpacks too, give them spare weapons that they will have access to. It'll cost you some action economy, but that's what you can do. I absolutely love it. So what's he mean by it's going to cost you some action economy if you have extra spare weapons in your backpack? I don't know if that means that there's like in Battle Brothers, if you have extra weapons in your backpack, that costs that gives you a penalty to your total stamina. So I don't know if that's sort of something like that. Like if you got a full backpack, if you get like kind of an extra action point cost or a penalty of some kind, or if it just means that actually switching to a weapon in your backpack gives you, costs you action points or something like that. But it seemed like maybe he's saying there's some sort of penalty for actually having stuff in your backpack. The entire process.
So if we kick things off by looking at the new gang screen, we can see we
Yeah, I'll just kind of flick through a little bit this time.
Tunnel creepers, much better. Okay,
Yeah, I was just saying about customization, like, I've said it a few times now, I guess, but just how all of the, obviously all of the Escher Ganger looks that you can have are sort of like quintessentially Escher looks. Which is cool, like they've got a set sort of theme and way that they look and everything, but I'm kind of hoping later on we get some more out there customization options. So like, you know, all of the Escher looks that I've seen have all got big hair, mohawks, maybe some like feathers in the hair or something like that, but that's about it. But so you could sort of have a theme, like possibly just say you wanted to have like an American Indian theme or something. I don't even know if that's cool anymore, but whatever. You know, potentially you could have all of you guys have a feathery kind of hairstyle. American, I meant to say Native American, sorry. Fuck, I don't know. Sorry everyone. Anyway, so like this character here, she's got these feathers, and the like, so you could potentially have all of your characters with feathers, but then you can have kind of like a theme. But you know, there's probably not that much variety in that kind of stuff. Like essentially, all you guys are going to look like Escher. But I was hoping if you could have some other kind of more crazy variations, like, you know, you see some characters like Mad Donna or whatever. She's still pretty quintessentially Escher, I guess, but she's got like the two ponytails that kind of come out the sides of her head, I think. I haven't seen any haircuts like that. You know, and like I could imagine some other characters like maybe with one of those like voodoo top hats with like skull and bones on it or something, or you know, or a whole band of Escher with like crew cuts or something. Like maybe the Jews don't get to have big haircuts, or you know, just different kind of story kind of ideas that you could have for your gang that you could portray with different customization options. But yeah, I mean, obviously I don't think they're going to have that kind of stuff too much at launch. Like we'll still play around with these customization options and do you know, do whatever you can. There are like, yeah, there does seem like quite a good amount of variation with the faces. That's cool. Yeah, I just when I saw that 3 face shape, I was like, what? There's only 3 faces? But yeah, that's okay. Oh yeah, that was something I wanted to talk about. So this is really cool. So, you know, you could choose you choose these traits when you create a character, and the physical trait determines the body shape, basically. So there's 4 body shapes, yeah, it's sort of like a two-edged sword in a way, because like on the one hand, I've always kind of wanted this in other games, like in Blood Bowl. Like I love the system in Blood Bowl, but like you get like Mighty Blow, you get +2 strength, and so you'd essentially have like a character that had like 5 strength, like a human guy with 5 strength. That's the same as an ogre, but he still just looks like another normal human guy, so he didn't get bigger with his strength. So yeah, so you kind of like other games, I've definitely wanted this thing where if you get higher stats, you get, you know, a bigger you know, your body shape changes, but then on the other hand, you know, just for the sort of role play factor or whatever, you know, like just say, you know, you've got a character and he's like a big lug. He's got high strength, high toughness, especially high toughness, and you know, he's just a really big, solid looking dude, you know, and that's cool, and that makes sense, you know. But then just say you had a character that was like a heavyweight boxer kind of guy, like Anthony Joshua or something. So he's like a big guy, but he's sort of a bit taller and a bit rangier, not skinny, but you know, he's got a different body shape, you know. But potentially in like role playing terms or whatever, you know, you could imagine that he could have those same stats as that other guy, but you just kind of picture, you know, like in the real world, maybe that's not how it works, but in kind of fiction, you know, you can have a guy who looks however you want and have whatever stats you want, basically. So yeah, so in this one, it's kind of like a weird, a kind of unique. I don't know if I've seen that in many other games. So in that way, it's really awesome. And overall, I'm saying it's awesome, basically. But I'm just saying it is a bit of a two-edged sword in that if you want to have a guy that's like, I don't know, like a religious zealot dude, like when I get my hands on my house court or bros. You know, a religious zealot guy that kind of looks all skinny and wiry and stuff, but he's just got this like crazed, you know, fanatical religious strength or something that makes him have really high strength. So you'd want to choose this like athletic body type that they show here. So you see her arms are quite muscly. She's like, her body's a little bit thicker and stuff. You know, but so you want these stats of having the +3 strength, but you want to have no, do we skip it? Yeah, but you want to have this like really skinny, wiry kind of body, you know. So yeah, I don't know. That's just probably a lot of words for a pretty simple concept, but yeah, basically, I love this. I think this is amazing. I have hardly seen this in any other games. I can't even think of a game now that I've seen it in. I was in Grand Theft Auto actually. I think you'd get like musclier when you like build up your guy more, do weights and stuff. But yeah, it's a really great, amazing feature that they didn't have to add, and it, you know, it definitely adds something cool to the game. But yeah, it does give you that limitation with the role play aspect, I guess, a little bit. I think there's a few other little points that I noticed about myself. Oh yeah, I don't know. I guess just about the different character classes. So like, I haven't actually checked out the new rules for Necromunda, so the little bit that I know about Necromunda was from like original first generation Necromunda. You know, I think I had that box set that you could get back in the 80s with the or 90s or whatever it was, with the you know, they had the Orlocks and you get the Orlocks and Goliaths in the thing, and yeah, and we played a bit of that, but anyway, I don't think you had like you know, the lay mechanics or the saboteurs or deadites or any of that sort of stuff. You just had like Juves, champions, and leaders, as far as I recall. So everyone was kind of like you know, yeah, you didn't have these sort of special skill sets and stuff like they have in this game. So yeah, for the kind of role playing style of things, that makes. So what am I trying to say? I'm just stumbling over my words. So basically, like, what I'm getting at, so this character's a brawler, right, that we're looking at right now. And that weapon that she's got, the massive axe, is a brawler only weapon. So, you know, you can, so just from a role-playing point of view, like, I guess, you know, a brawler is kind of like a melee type of character. I don't know how much breadth there is in terms of different skill sets that you can give a brawler in the game yet, but you know, maybe you associate a brawler with a certain type of character and then you give them a two-handed axe, but maybe you want your guy to be like a different kind of character but have a two-handed axe, you know what I mean, like you know, maybe you want to have a lay mechanic guy that's got a two-handed axe. Well, too bad you can't, because only brawlers can have two-handed axes. So yeah, I feel like that kind of stuff is a little bit limited. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to say it's unnecessary, but, you know, I guess there's no point taking a lay mechanic if you're not going to have his like equipment that lets him do his lay mechanic abilities. Yeah, I don't know. I just thought I'd mention it just from a roleplay perspective. Like, you know, you're kind of locked into, like, when you choose the career, like that is what they do. Like, you know, a brawler brawls. They're the only ones that get two-handed weapons. You know, a lay mechanic builds stuff. They're the only ones that get that thing. So yeah, it's not like an open system like you have in some other things, like, you know, like Skyrim or whatever. Yeah, just thought I'd mention that. And yeah, and as I mentioned in previous videos, you know, you can tell very iconically what class they are by their gear setup. So you can always tell a brawler by these big oversized forearm guards that they get. You know, lay mechanics got that big thing in there. One of their hands is in that big box kind of looking contraption. I'm not sure what it's called. Probably should find out. Yeah, so each character should be, I think, pretty much visually identifiable from their gear.
Or lay her off. We could promote her to leader after a bit of experience, but for now, this is pretty much all we can do. Other than point out that we don't have a virtue, vice, or talent yet.
Yeah, that's kind of cool as well. Interesting how that's a bit different from Mordheim. So, Essig just said, you know, that. I won't skip skipping through the video, but it's basically saying that when you get a leader, the leader automatically has to be, I think, rank 5 or equivalent to rank 5. And a normal fighter that's rank 5 or higher that's not a leader can be promoted to a leader. So if you hire a new leader, you automatically have to spend enough to make them level 5. So they cost, I think they said they cost 350 or something, explained in this video earlier. But also if your leader like dies or whatever, then you can you know, promote another member to be leader if they're level 5 or above. Also, you've got 3 different crews in your gang. I don't know if it's gonna, I think it's back at the start, it shows you that. So yeah, you've got like 3 different crews in your gang. It's going to show it at some point here. I don't know if we really need visuals, but maybe you can just believe me. Anyway, yeah, so you have on each crew screen it'll show 5. Yeah, so this crew screen is showing these 5, all the crew in this crew, all of the fighters in this crew. So currently there's only 2, but there could be 5. 2 out of 5. Yeah, I was just wondering if like the leader thing is 1 gang per leader or 1 gang per crew, because yeah, it kind of like from having them divided into crews like this, it kind of makes you think like you might like use that crew as it is. So like in Mordheim, you have your active gang of guys that are fighting, which is 10 guys maximum, and then you have another, I don't know, 10 or so guys in reserve, but the reserve guys aren't organized into groups or anything, they're just all in reserve. It doesn't matter what position they are in the reserve, they're just not active, you know. Whereas here they've actually gone to the trouble of making 3 separate crews that are separated into groups of 5. So that may just be because the interface is easier to just use the exact same interface to look at those guys, rather than creating a separate reserves interface for them. And if that's the case, then I guess potentially you can have like 5 non-leaders in each of your reserve crews. Yeah, I'm sure we'll figure that out watching kNight and AirsickHydra's videos over the next few days. But yeah, I just thought that was another thing to mention. But yeah, so sorry, I was saying about leaders. So the leaders start off at rank 5, so they've got like lots of skills unlocked and everything. If you're a Juve, I think at level 0 or whatever, then you only have, I think you have 1 passive and 1 active, or maybe even no passives and no actives. I think it's 1 passive and 1 active that they start off with. It shows it in this video. But yeah, in Mordheim, you can start off with a level 0 leader. Because they're a leader, they already start off with 5 action points, so they can do 2 attacks in Mordheim. The action points work a bit differently in this, but my point is they have the extra action points from being a champion, but they don't have any extra skills. They're still like a level 0 champion, you know. Whereas in this game, it works kind of differently to that. Like you actually, you know, you become champion. You start off as a non-champion, and then as you level up, you become more champion-like. If you get what I'm saying. There's no kind of strict division like in Mordheim. Like a henchman is always a henchman. It can never be a champion unless you take a particular skill that lets you become a champion. But yeah, and a champion can never become a leader unless you take there's a specific skill that some champions can get. So yeah, I just thought I'd point that out. There's another little difference. I'll probably rewatch some of these videos again tomorrow, and maybe I'll yeah, I don't know, maybe I'll put out a video. I don't know if it's, I think that I mean, if I think of something I really want to say, I guess I'll put out a video. But yeah, I think the quality of the videos that kNight and AirsickHydra are making are pretty good, and they're just going to show us, you know, everything we want to know pretty much. So there's probably not much point and not much need for me to make any videos. I'm just probably going to do these chill streams and just talk about stuff in the evenings. So yeah, so I'll be back on again tomorrow night at 9. So it's 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, or Sydney time. It's 12 p.m. London time, which is like 1 p.m. CST, Central European, and 6 a.m. Central American time. So that's not much good to anyone, unless you're an early bird, I guess. Anyway, so yeah, I might just get back to my Mordheim campaign for a while, play a bit more Mordheim. Maybe I'll chuck on another Necromunda video and talk about it in an hour or so after I do another Mordheim mission. So let's get back to Mordheim. volume back up. Yeah, so it's just using Mordheim as kind of like a base because it's sort of similar to Necromunda and kind of prompts you with just ideas about things that you wonder about Necromunda when you're playing it. But I'm actually just really enjoying playing it as well. I love this type of game. Like this type of game just really just does it for me, you know. And Necromunda is this type of game, so you know I'm a pretty happy chappy right now. 4 days to go before Necromunda comes out. I just did a deal with my boss so I can take an extra day off so I can play it at launch. So it's going to be 8 AM on Tuesday for those of us in Australia. So I'll just get up a little bit earlier, and instead of starting work, I'll just start work on playing Necromunda all day, basically. So that's going to be pretty rad. So so I don't know, that's probably not going to be a great time for anybody who might want to watch it, watch the stream. I probably will stream it though, just because I want to, I like streaming, it's fun. I've only had a couple of times where I've actually had viewers come in and have good chats with me while I was on the stream, but you know, it was really good. Oh, and there's one of those viewers right now. Hey Mark, sorry, I didn't notice you were there. Oh, the AirsickHydra videos made you pre-order. That's cool. Yeah. I don't think you saw the part at the start, but at the start of the stream, I talked for like half an hour straight about why I thought AirsickHydra was a great choice for them to do these videos and stuff. Exactly. So there's 3 shapes and there's 7 faces. So that's actually a pretty good amount of variety. It's a lot better than Mordheim, you know. I'm pretty stoked as well. It's gonna be sick. I was about to start playing Mordheim, but now that you're here, I'm just gonna talk about Necromunda again for a while, probably. It's good. Like the gameplay looks good. I still have to just get my head around the different kind of gang style, you know, like this game playthrough that I'm doing in Mordheim. I don't know if you're actually interested in that at all, but you know, I've got my 10 guys, they're my like regiment of greatswords, and I'm playing out my Caribou greatswords fantasy and stuff. But yeah, so it's just definitely not like that. It's a bit more like kind of like Sons of Anarchy, I guess. You know, you just have like your 3 or 4 cool characters that do their different things. It's more like Shadowrun. I don't know if you're familiar with that game, but where you have like a hacker, or like a street samurai warrior guy, maybe a rigger or a tech sort of guy. You know, they're kind of going for that sort of thing. But yeah, it's interesting the differences, the similarities and the differences. I think the core kind of gameplay hook of what like makes Mordheim so good is going to be there, you know. But there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to make it really fresh and make it really cool. The jumping from different platforms is like a great thing. I don't know if I think you mentioned that you played a bit of Mordheim, but yeah, it's really frustrating in Mordheim when you're like on a platform that's right near another platform and the enemy's there, but you can't kind of path around to it at all, or you know, you're on a sort of ramp that is next to another platform and it seems like you could just step onto it, but you can't because the pathing's not there, you know. So that you're not going to have any of those problems in this. You can just kind of leap onto things, which is cool. I'm still surprised you held out this long to pre-order it. I pre-ordered it as soon as, like, the instant that they announced it, like the instant that the pre-order was available, I was like, yep, done. Oh, you're a Scaven player. I'm a bit of a xenophobe. I'm a bit of a xenophobe in these games. I always play like Empire, and it's all about purging the Xenos. I did try and play. I have played Scaven a few times, but never like gone really far in the campaign or anything. I tend to just like tanky heavy infantry in a lot of games. So Scaven, you can play the Black Scaven. I think Black Scaven's the character type. you can get you know, the Black Scaven, and they can be really tanky, but as a faction, you know, they don't really fit my my vibe. Have you got any like I'm already thinking about like off the wall kind of like homebrew gangs that I can make. One I want to make, I was thinking about is like if I want to know if you can make a an Escher ganger that doesn't have big hair. Like I want an Escher ganger with like a crew cut, or like, you know, just like bald with a tattoo on the side of her head or something like that. And if you can do that, then I'm going to make an Escher gang that's themed as being like ex Imperial Guard, that kind of after their unit got wiped out, they not defected, they you know, that word that means run away. They like ran away from the Imperial Guard basically, and then they somehow like, you know, hijacked a freighter or something, got their way back to their old stomping grounds. And so the gist of it is that they're going to be like wearing like army gear. I'll do like the like camo pattern, do like khaki and black or something like that, you know, that looks like kind of, you know, army jungle camo or something. Give them all crew cuts, and that could be their theme. That'd be cool. Or another one I was thinking was just doing like a feral Goliath gang. Like they're, you know, instead of being like a normal Goliath gang that works in the foundries, I think the Goliaths are the foundry smelting guys, if I remember correctly. But yeah, instead of that, they're like some like outcast band of, you know, Goliaths that are out in the outskirts or in the ash wastes or something. And they've kind of reverted to some feral way of living where they don't believe in technology, or they don't have any technology or something. So basically just use axes and swords and stuff. Just have like completely no ranged weapons. Just, you know, I don't know. That's pretty crap idea, I guess, but whatever. Another thing I was thinking would be kind of cool to do would be like a mafia Goliath thing, you know, like big Sopranos style dudes, like just Tony Soprano guys, and make all of your Goliaths just these big dudes with like heavy caliber pistols. Yeah. From what I see, that's always the stereotypical look. Like everything you can do with an Escher is going to be a stereotypical Escher look. As much variety as there is, they all look like immediately identifiable as Escher, you know. And same with Orlok and same with Goliath, you know. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get a Goliath in a business suit or anything, you know. But yeah, I kind of hope that they later on they do some kind of crazy holiday stuff where you can get some crazy hats or something. I don't want them to do anything that's going to be like completely, you know, out of the, you know, they just couldn't exist kind of thing. But, you know, it'd be cool if they did some little extra things, you know, like like Mad Donna's pigtails. I don't think there's any Escher with pigtails, but like Mad Donna's like one of the most famous Eschers, and she's got like a pigtail haircut. Anyway, what am I doing? The customization's great. I can't say anything bad about it, but you know, you can always get more, basically. Yeah, I was gonna say, is this what time is this for you? Are you in Australia, or where are you? Is this the time you're normally awake, or? How good are my greatswords looking? My Carabao greatswords. Oh, you can't see them. Still got the wrong screen on. All right, we'll switch back to Mordheim cam. Yeah. Alright, we're a bit short on great swords. Maybe we'll get rid of this guy. That one. All right. There it is. I'll just do a bit of a screenshot. Looking pretty nice. They're terrible, obviously. Completely terrible in combat, but whatever. Oh, okay, cool. So it's like, yeah, morning time. Yeah, I was watching some Necromunda videos in amongst my work time today as well. But yeah, this is like 10. Oh, this is like quarter to midnight here. But yeah, I'd like to go later, but I feel like, yeah, I feel like just like, so 9 p.m. I feel like that way I can finish work, hang out with my wife a little bit, have dinner, you know. Then she usually goes to bed pretty early, so I can jump on stream from 9, and I can, you know, I think I can easily do like 9 till 12 and until 1 kind of every night. And if I, you know, get super excited, I might stay up a bit later sometimes, or on weekends, you know. But I feel like it was a good idea for me just to get used to doing a regular thing, like just streaming at least 2 hours every night, 9 to 11 for me. And then, you know, at least it's there. It's a regular thing. Apparently YouTube likes regularity. So I didn't read that. Did it say we had hired swords? So the mission is to just not bother hiring anyone with a higher rank unless they're rank 10, basically. I don't want no ogres. I don't want mages because they can't use two-handed swords. I was thinking about getting one of these guys, but they're not really. Oh yeah, fully. Yeah, I mean, I can see it. I can see it's you know, I can see there's progress is being made, so that's cool. Thanks, man. Well, yeah, you've been definitely one of my most important ones because you've actually allowed me to have like a chat on stream. That other, I can't remember when it was, maybe Tuesday or something, when you and Frickin, I think that was his name, were in the chat having a chat with me. That was like the first time I got to sort of really kind of fully have that experience of chatting, you know, with the viewer and doing, you know, a stream. And yeah, it was fun. And I kind of thought it would be fun. Like that was kind of one of the main, like the two main things that made me want to do it is be able to stream and just be able to play the games I want to play and just be able to like talk to, you know, my friends essentially, or, you know, people that aren't my friends, as the case may be. But, you know, just talk with people who are interested in the same game, you know. And the other part was the sort of creative thing of being able to create videos and put up, you know, little opinion pieces about things or whatever, or just, you know, explain stuff that you figured out about the game and everything. And yeah, I think they're both pretty cool and fun and rewarding, but in, yeah, different ways. But yeah, thank you, because that you made my night the other night when you guys were in here chatting with me like for hours. That was good. Can't wait to be streaming Necromunda. So I wonder what time. So when Necromunda launches, I've got a shortcut here for like different people's time. Sorry, I'm just doing it on another screen. But so where did you say you were? You're in Ottawa, Canada. So if I go Ottawa. So if I start streaming at 8 a.m. when it comes out here, that'll be 6 p.m. for you. So yeah, I don't know, I guess you'll be finished work then and probably doing something else, but. Oh yeah, I actually, not that it's really that important probably to anyone, but I did actually promise that I was going to show all the release times for all the different platforms, but then I just totally forgot about it. So yeah, I don't think that anyone really needs the that's the other thing too. Yeah, multiplayer. I've got like 2 of my good friends that have both agreed to buy the game and play it with me, but they're also both really shit friends, and they never follow through hardly. So I don't really expect too much from them. But yeah, so not that this is probably news to anybody, and you can probably just easily go into the Discord and just see it for yourself, but that is the Steam release times. And this is more just to practice putting up AV basically on the streams. But yeah, so I don't know what the easiest way is. So just I've done that, and then I go, now let's check out the PS4 release. Okay, and then I do this. Oh no, it's changed already. So there you go. PS4 release times around the world. And then I use my technical wizardry and go back in here again and go Xbox release. There you go. Successfully navigated changing the image to 3 different things. So I can't actually read it on this screen. Vancouver, 5 p.m. I don't know if Vancouver's near you. So do you know what time the game launches in Ontario? Oh wait, I guess, no, I just told you, didn't I? So it's 8 a.m. for me is 6 p.m. for, sorry, Ottawa is where you are, isn't it? So 8 a.m., 6 p.m. for you guys. Oh, okay, cool. So, yeah, so when I start at 9 a.m., it's like 7. My 9 p.m. is like your 7 a.m., I think. Yeah. So, yeah, so I'm not likely to see you unless I stay up late, basically. But I probably will be staying up late, like, because I wasn't used to the time zone, because I wasn't used to doing the stream every night. My energy levels and stuff wasn't quite organizing it, so I'd be quite tired sometimes when I got on at 9, and then run out of steam by 11. But now I've kind of like changed things around a bit, so I think I'm probably going to be pretty fine to go till like 1 o'clock my time, which would be your like 11 a.m. I guess. I reckon that'll be fine most nights, like even during the week when I'm working. But yeah, I think as of Tuesday next week, sleep's going to be a very low priority, at least for those first three or 4 days. Probably, yeah, my Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, I'm probably going to stream a lot. I'm going to play a lot. I don't know if I'll stream the whole time, but I'm definitely going to play a crap load. But then, so I think that would be I assume I'm a day ahead of you guys. So, my Tuesday would be your Wednesday kind of thing. No. Yeah. I know. It's harder to play games on stream, and it's hard to do maths on stream as well, I find. Like, I'm normally pretty good at maths, but I can't like do simple addition or multiplication in my head when I'm streaming for some reason. They don't have any great swords in Necromunda. They've only got great axes. Yeah. I do seem to have the ability to just constantly drivel out, just talk constantly about endless stream of drivel. So that's a useful skill. It's funny because I'm actually not really a small talker usually in real life, but for some reason I seem to have no problem when I'm on stream. So basically looking for, I don't know if you were watching this one earlier, but the mission is to get this unlocked so we can get a warrior priest, which is going to be the one thing that's going to make this warband actually somewhat better. And I'm pretty sure we can we're nearly there. I could probably even do it tonight, maybe. That'd be cool. If I can achieve that, then before Necromunda comes out, then that'll be something. I don't know if I should bother continuing I'll probably keep streaming until Monday when AirsickHydra and kNight start their streaming. Actually, they're going to be on different times anyway. Probably they won't be streaming at my streaming time, I imagine. So I don't know. Maybe I'll still do a stream, but I'll probably just talk about their streams or just watch their streams on my stream or something. But yeah, I don't know if I'll be awake to watch their streams, but I definitely would like to jump in there and say hello and stuff. Give them props. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you want to watch the replay later or anything, but like at the start of the stream, I was talking about how I liked the way they've done the early access, and also that I like the fact that they gave it to AirsickHydra and kNight, because basically kNight is like one of the only guys that had videos up, just kNight and Morjack, I think Morjack, Morzak, I can't remember his name. The other guy that streamed a lot of Mordheim, like there was always these times when I'm playing Mordheim like hard out, I'm like super into it, but no one else is because the game's kind of died out by that stage, and no YouTubers are making. Oh, okay, yeah. See, I watched kNight a bit because he was like the only guy that did Mordheim streams, and he's kind of keeping the spirit alive. So yeah, I used to like having his streams just running in the background while I was playing, even if I wasn't necessarily playing the same, doing the same spec as him or the same setup, But yeah, he's been keeping the flame alive, for Mordheim, which is pretty cool. But I don't know if you followed the release of Inquisitor Martyr, but that was when I found out about AirsickHydra. So yeah, they made this sort of Diablo style ARPG called Inquisitor Martyr that was 40k based around an Inquisitor kind of character, and AirsickHydra was kind of like fully supporting the game like way before release when there wasn't even hardly any news about it, and yeah, like as I said at the start of the stream, like I don't even know if they have a community manager. As far as I'm concerned, AirsickHydra was the community manager for Inquisitor Martyr, like he just did really good coverage of it, and he's like the way that he I won't go on the full spiel that I did before, but basically I feel like he makes it an effort to have some integrity, kind of as a journalist, I guess, for want of a better word, and he's always pretty positive. I feel like it's really easy for people to be negative sometimes, and you kind of want to encourage anybody that's making good Warhammer content to like do their best and like appreciate the effort that they've gone to, but at the same time he doesn't kind of like shill really badly and try to like make excuses for stuff that do you know what I mean? Like sometimes when a game company, they cut content or they do something that no one likes, but they'll kind of bring out some kind of spin on it, trying to make it sound like they did it for us or it makes the game better in some way or something. And you'll see these YouTubers that kind of like toe the company line a bit, and they kind of try to push that same narrative that is kind of BS or whatever. Whereas AirsickHydra is cool because he doesn't get all negative and stuff because no one really wants that, but he doesn't like he doesn't shill hard out either. He doesn't try to like he's sincere basically, I feel like, so yeah, he's pretty cool. I haven't watched any of his streams or anything like that, but I feel like as like a games reporter, especially about games in development, he does a pretty good job. But yeah, all right, that's it. That's my second diatribe about. Maybe I should make a video called I Heart Hydra or something. But yeah, no, I'm done now. No more Hydra shilling. So what am I trying to do here? No. Okay, so now I've forgotten how to. Oh, here we go. All right, we're back. We're back in Mordheim cam. But now I've lost my stream. Okay. Ah, okay, yeah. So you know exactly where I'm coming from. Warhammer 2 is exactly what I'm talking about. So, Yeah, Legend of Total War is fine. He doesn't shill to at all. You know, he used to go the other way pretty hard, but he's reined himself in. So he's kind of neutral. He's either honest or he just doesn't say anything if he thinks he's going to get in trouble. But a lot of the other content creators, I feel like they, you know what I mean? They try to suck up a bit or something like. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to go on about it. I don't want to be one of those negative guys. But yeah. Anyway, I just think that AirsickHydra is cool. I think the way he does it is good. Like he's positive about the good things. He's encouraging about the developers when they're trying to do something good, even if they haven't necessarily achieved it yet or whatever. And he makes like low key comments. Like he's like, oh, you know, I would have hoped that they had have done that, but you know, maybe they'll do it in an expansion, or you know what I mean. Like he's not like overly negative about things that he might be, you know, he might be disappointed or he might be looking for a bit more or whatever. But he does it, you know. So he's sort of, you know, he's honest enough and sort of sincere enough, and yeah. I guess it's interesting to me because, yeah, yeah, I think you're on the same page as me, but I just don't want to, you know, I don't want to go there. But yeah, it's not just them though as well, and I totally understand it. Like if you're in that situation where you're like, because those guys they're nowhere near as big as Legend, but they're, you know, they got a lot of subscribers and possibly like maybe that's their job, you know, and their income relies on it, you know. So yeah, like, you know, it's understandable that they're nervous about protecting their income and stuff, but yeah, you get what I'm saying. I think I've covered that point now. All right, I think we should get this. So this is actually my gaming time as well. So it's not all about you, Mark. So I've also got to get these great swords in there and chop up some heretics. Crap. See, I see that exceptional wordstone and I get a little bit. Well, it is deploys in a wide arc, so that's cool. Even though it's deadly, like there will be losses, but we will get the exception. We won't be able to collect the wordstone anyway though, because we're going to get killed. So the problem with this is we've got like bad specs. We don't have any. Like the advantage that you normally have of being a human player that's intelligent, and being able to choose, you know, effective or even overpowered builds is like the advantage you got. But we don't have that advantage because we're playing a greatsword company, which has pretty much no synergies. There's nothing good about it. Everything that you can do with this warband, you can do better with a non-greatsword company. But having said that, we're going to play it anyway because it's, you know, dying's fun. Yeah, I think the main thing I'm trying to get, my main objectives at the moment is, well, I guess I want to get some more subscribers. If we could get up to like 50 subscribers or something, I guess, so that maybe most of the time I've got somebody in the stream to talk to, that would be cool. But the main thing I'm trying to get at the moment is more comments. Well, yeah, more engagement, I guess. So, you know, people that come and talk to me in the stream is cool. Comments on my videos is cool. So you can get, you know, yeah, just more feedback about what you're doing and whether you're on the right track, I guess. So yeah, you've been more than pulling your weight in that regard. Thanks a lot for all your feedback and stuff. Right, so yeah, they're over there, we're over here, we want to get over there, basically, and we're going to use our tried and true strategy of just staying together in a big death ball of greatswords, so that we can get local superiority. Should we cut through? Yeah, we should cut through here. I guess we could try and collect some of this. Yeah, maybe we'll head over here and try and collect some of this woodstone. Yeah, so we'll just run straight down here. We'll send these guys out as sort of advanced scouts and try and grab some woodstone. Yeah, I don't know if there is any. There might not be another mark out there for me. You might be the only mark. Well, let's hope your work never picks up, Mark. No, I hope your work picks up, man. Are you kind of enjoying having a bit of a quieter time at the moment, or are you hurting for some work? This is one thing about Mordheim. You just keep losing where you are. I think AirsickHydra actually commented about that in his second video that he put up today. Like that, you think you're in one place, but you're actually somewhere completely different. So yeah, obviously that hasn't changed. It's still the same. So yeah, it's this problem, like because you're always in this first-person view, which is excellent, third-person view, sorry, which is excellent for immersion. Like that's probably really is one of the key things that makes Mordheim and Necromunda so cool. Like this view from here instead of a top-down view. But you're constantly getting lost on the battlefield, not understanding where you are. That's good. Do you I don't want to get too personal or anything, but do you work for yourself or do you have a boss? Yeah, it's like, are you working at home before because of coronavirus, or were you always able to work from home before as well? Too many chiefs, not enough Indians, as they say. Ooh, get some woodstone. Oh yeah. Yeah, I did work in the office, but yeah, now because of COVID. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I work out of the house now as well, which is great actually. Like obviously no sunlight, don't see any people socially, can't play sport, all that kind of stuff. But having said that, like I think out of most people, like I'm probably more the type of person that's the least affected, because I'm pretty much a shut-in by nature. Well, maybe not shut in, but I'm pretty happy to be alone, so it hasn't affected me too much negatively, but you always walk into the trap. Yeah, it hasn't really affected me too much negatively, but it has a little bit, I'd say that. But on the positive side of things, like I used to have to commute. Like you sent me about an hour each way to commute, and I seriously didn't realize how much of a burden that was on me, because you're so used to it. If you're like me and you've had to commute to work every day, your whole life. You're used to getting up, kind of girding your loins, getting ready to face the day and all that, and then you deal with the trains and whatever. or you're the drive on the freeway or whatever you got to do. But then when you don't have to do that, and you just kind of get up and you're kind of relaxed and you kind of have a shower and you're like, oh, and then you sit down at your desk, get to work. It's just so much easier on the constitution. It's just really so much more relaxing, and you've got 2 hours more of your day, like every day. Like I've got 2 hours more. Like it's like it's great. It's a godsend. Basically, my life's just gotten heaps better since coronavirus. The only thing is, after a while, it took a good 3-4 months, I started to notice feeling a bit down because I can't go to training and don't see people and all that stuff, and can't touch people, give your little nieces a hug and all that stuff. But whatever. At least I can play more Necromunda. Yeah, I think as gamers, we've definitely got an advantage. We're like the gamer master race now. Now we rule the world.
A new round has started.
Yeah, I've worked in the same place for a long time, so I'm very comfortable in the office there, and I did like the. I wouldn't have thought that I was like a gregarious type of person, but I kind of got used to all that kind of office relationship stuff. Yeah, I've got some of my family members that work in healthcare as well, and it's kind of. Yeah, it's a weird dynamic, isn't it? Like, I don't know what it's like there, but where we are in Melbourne, in Australia, we're in full lockdown. No, you're not allowed to leave the house, not to do anything. We're allowed to go out for 1 hour of exercise a day, but you're not allowed to interact with anybody else while you're doing that exercise. Like, you can do it with like one other person. And you're allowed to go to the shops once to get food once per day. Only one person's allowed to go from your household, so you can't go with me and my wife can't go shopping together or anything. Got to go designate one person. So it's pretty my mates in other states call it like communist Russia or something. So yeah, but I don't know if it's quite like anything like what communist Russia used to be like, the Soviet Union. But it's pretty. It's a pretty crazy change in lifestyle. Well, I mean, objectively, it's a crazy change. Subjectively, from my point of view, it doesn't really make much difference, apart from I get to play more computer games. And I can't see my niece. That sucks a bit. Oh yeah, sweet wordstone. I love how they've got they're all these what do you call it, big clusters of wordstone. There's none of those crappy little, what are they called, little nubs. Yeah, I think we did do that for a while. There were some restrictions, like, you can only have a certain, like 5 people in a shop at the same time or something, or whatever, and you have to stand like so many meters apart from each other when you line up for things and that kind of stuff. But and that stuff's all still in effect, but most businesses are closed, and yeah, like I said, they have those other restrictions about when you can go out and all that. One thing I find really weird about coronavirus is how easily people adapt to it, or how easily I've adapted to it anyway. Like if you'd asked me a few months ago, like what I thought about the idea of people being like imprisoned in their homes basically, and like not being able to, only being allowed out for 1 hour of exercise and sunlight per day, just like you're in, supermax security prison or something. you know, it would have been like ridiculous, amazing, you know, horrifying, perhaps, whatever, crazy. But yeah, you just be like, oh yeah, I guess this is what we do now. That's fine, whatever. You just adapt. I hope they make the AI turns faster in Necromunda. That's one great thing about Creative Assembly actually in Total War Warhammer 2. Like the amount of money they must have made out of that game, and the resources that they're able to bring to bear on making the game better. You know, like that update they did where they increased the turn times. I mean, they decreased the turn times. Like that was, you know, that was amazing. Like I don't think I've ever seen anything that dramatic before in a games development. And just all the content, of course, you know. I mean, obviously, we're not going to see anything like that with Necromunda. But yeah, geez, I really hope that it does a lot better than Mordheim and it gets a lot more support. I mean, I guess Mordheim did pretty well. I don't know. I mean, it's a pretty, like, considering it's a pretty, like, it wasn't a big game, you know, in terms of promotion and stuff like that. It's still got like 2 or 3 expansions and everything. So, I mean, you know, did pretty well, I guess. Oh yeah, so much wordstone. Sorry, I'm excited. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, Total Warhammer 2 is like perhaps the greatest game ever. I don't know. It's pretty good. The only thing that makes it like kind of not be the greatest game ever is just because I've played it so damn much. I've played like 3,000 hours of Warhammer 2 or something like that. You know, I can't remember how much, but it's like whatever. It's a lot, you know, and that's that's literally like the only reason I'm not playing it now is probably because I've played it so much, you know. But yeah, I think Necromunda's kind of pipped Warhammer in my interest for the moment, just because it's new. And I think it will stay that way for a long time. I don't think my plan was to go back to Warhammer again when the new Wood Elves DLC drops, and try making some Warhammer content, see if anyone's interested in that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty hyped about Necromunda now. I don't know. I might be stuck on Necromunda for a while. But I think like in terms of, I don't know. I guess I have like a rotation, you know. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think I could have kept playing Mordheim. Like, I mean, I am playing Mordheim. I'm kind of enjoying it too. But I think it just needs more enemies. Like, because you kind of get sick of playing the same enemies over and over again. Like, I don't particularly want to play Beastmen, but I'd love to fight against Beastmen. It'd be awesome to have another enemy in the rotation. And also more of those, like, random enemies, like the Chaos Ogres and the Demonettes of Slaanesh and all that. Just so you've got a bit more, like, sense of the unknown and like anything could happen in the missions. Oh, this guy's crazy, way back here. Look at these guys. So these guys are there. So I hope this guy doesn't get caught out of position. We need him to get back up here, really. Sorry, totally forgot what I was talking about. Oh my god, we're like total opposites. We're like the same in our love for Warhammer games, but we're the opposites in terms of our racial favorites. So I wonder if like our order is like the exact opposite, you know? Like my favorite race is High Elves to play, but my favorite race thematically is Empire, so they're kind of almost tied for my favorite races. And then probably Blessed by Chaos. Actually, Chaos would be one of my favorite races if it didn't suck so much. Like, the gameplay of the Chaos faction is so shit. But when Warhammer 3 comes out, I fully expect Chaos to get a jump. I think I kind of go by gameplay, but there's some races that I just can't get on board with, kind of thing. So yeah, so my order is probably like High Elves, Humans, Dark Elves, because I like the gameplay of the Dark Elves and the characters that you get and everything. Then probably Dwarfs, I guess. And then it kind of gets pretty fuzzy after that. Like, the rest are not really my favorites. Yeah. And yeah, Chaos is probably my least favorite, even though it's one of my favorites to look at. And the character, the infantry and everything I love. But the Horde gameplay is just so unsatisfying and just not fun. Like, I think that was the first campaign that I won in Warhammer 1. But coincidentally, I don't think I've ever finished a campaign in Warhammer 2. I finished a bunch of them in Warhammer 1 just to sort of feel like I'd achieved something, I guess, but I don't think I ever actually finished a campaign after that. Yeah, so we need to start stacking up. We've basically just got to get the captain back to the rest of the gang. But yeah, maybe we should... Yeah, we'll get this guy up in the general vicinity so that if the captain doesn't make it back, at least we can kind of get in there and support him fairly quickly. But they're not the good guys. Just imagine they're all like plague. Yeah, so you like the Empire. So the Empire is great in terms of, yeah, Norsca's cool. Actually, yeah, Norsca probably could almost be one of my favorites, but just the way that the economy works and how you can't fortify your settlements, like that kind of ruins it a bit for me. But I keep, every now and again, I start a Norsca campaign when I want to kind of play a bit more of a freewheeling kind of, kind of like a horde, but not like an actual horde. Kind of, I feel like Norsca's the best race for that type of vibe, where you're kind of like you're kind of like a horde, like most of your powers centered in your armies, but and your settlements, like, you kind of don't mind too much if they get taken over here and there. You just kind of reconquer them a bit. If you want to have that kind of gameplay, I feel like Norsca's pretty good. And they've got the like 3 different character types. So you got the I can't remember the name now. The Werekin, the kind of shaman, and the Zote dude. What are they called? The lizard guys. Yeah, they've got a good range of heroes anyway. They've got like pretty characterful armies and stuff. They're pretty cool, but their lords are crap. Like those chieftain lords that they get aren't very good. But anyway, Empire gameplay is cool. Like the Empire battle gameplay, the like kind of rock paper scissors thing with the hammer and anvil, good decent heavy cavalry, great artillery, great range units. Like you can kind of play with all the tools in the box, with Empire, which is fun. And they've got a really good magic as well. The Fimir, the rape lizards, as they say. Well, maybe they've retconned that now. I don't know. Maybe they're not rape lizards anymore. This is a really uneventful game. Granted, I've been talking a lot and haven't been playing too much, but I feel like we've spent like an hour just moving my heavily armored guys that have hardly any movement incrementally forward. But yeah, I don't know. I like the Empire not so much as good guys. Like, I don't think of them as good guys like heroes and shiny kind of justice guys or anything. Like, I feel they're like, they're grimy and their troops are all like pox-ridden and whatever. Maybe not as bad as the Bretonnian peasants, but yeah. Yeah, we shouldn't have let him out so far. That crit was handy. Hopefully she might actually miss. Oh crap. See, I really don't want to... Yeah, I should not have left him out there. That was a really bad error. So most of these henchmen are going to take like 4 turns to get over there. We really need to get him out of there. I could try and flee him, but I don't know if he can survive another hit. I suppose if he can't survive another hit, he's going to die anyway. So we may as well try. We may as well give it a try. Oh, where'd he go? What? Oh, he's after all of their guys, I guess. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of old news now, like Warhammer 2 being a fantastic game, or the Total War Warhammer franchise. But like when Warhammer 1 came out, like that was a big deal. Like that was, you know, that was the biggest thing that happened to Warhammer since Dawn of War 1, you know. When it came out and it was good, you know, when it was like, oh yeah, they're actually going to do this well. And yeah, we kind of, I guess, yeah, you kind of forget now that it's been going for a few years now that, like, you know, Total War Warhammer didn't have to be good. It could have been a really crap game. You know, it could have been disappointing like so many other Warhammer titles. But yeah, the fact that it isn't crap and it's actually really good is pretty cool. So if I wait him again, is he gonna... I just need to find out whether this captain's gonna... I suppose I don't really need to worry about the captain, because he's either he's going to live and he's going to run back here, or he's going to die, and you know, I'm going to worry about him. Yeah, I think he had some nice wordstone clusters on him, which we're going to lose, but... Oh, God, that makes me want to go on a rant about Games Workshop now. Like, I think that when they ended Warhammer Fantasy, like, I don't think that's like the worst thing that's ever happened to me in terms of like games companies like fucking you over, you know? Like, yeah, I don't know how to, like, I mean, I took that as a personal insult, you know, like, yeah, I've never experienced anything like it. It was crazy. I kind of feel like they're almost doing the same thing to 40k in a way too. Just they're not doing it the same way. They're kind of like just rebooting it into this weird like generic. Nah, I don't know. I won't try not to go down that route. But yeah, I'm a bit dubious about the whole Primaris Marines thing. Let's just leave it at that. But yeah, but when they decided to just destroy the old world so they could launch Age of Sigmar, yeah, I'm definitely in that camp of people that was extremely disappointed by that move. Okay, so is there a chance we could kill her? Maybe. So I'm pretty sure that swashbuckler or whatever she's there is in ambush stand. So if I do kill her and then I try and run, then she's probably going to ambush me. If I flee, she's probably going to kill me in one hit. So, yeah, I don't think we can kill her. Well, I can hit her a couple more times anyway. Okay, so I don't think this kid's going to kill her anyway, so I'll do one more hit. Yeah, I would have, if I could have got another crit on her, that would have been good. So yeah, so I could stay here and dodge dance, but that's definitely going to be a death sentence. And I can flee, which is, I'm pretty sure flee gives them a free attack on me, which I'm probably going to die from, but... Yes! Suckers! Alright, we're out of here. That's cool. I don't think I've ever used flee before. It's like, no, mate, I've probably used it a few times, but very rarely. Okay, cool. So this guy's still pretty exposed. But we might be able to get you know, might be able to get some sort of ambushes over here maybe, or yeah, he's probably still gonna die actually, but okay, yeah, so put this guy here in ambush stance and that should pretty much protect him. Yeah, no, Warhammer Law is pretty cool. Wait a second. Oh, that's right, our good greatsword got wounded. So we've got no epic greatsword in this one. It's a bit disappointing, but it's okay. Yeah, Lawmaster Sotek. Lawmaster Sotek. I don't know. For some reason I don't like. Yeah, I'm not super into his content for some reason, but I like the fact that he really knows his stuff about Warhammer. I don't know why. I don't really watch him, but yeah, I like the fact that he just seems to really know what he's talking about. Like, you know, I don't know if you've seen any of those like question time streams he does, where he just basically just chills there and people just ask him questions and all night, and he just talks about whatever comes up, sort of thing. And yeah, he pretty much just seems to know about like everything, you know what I mean? Like, and like a lot. Like he's like, oh yeah, I've read the novel about that, or I've read, you know, whatever. Yeah. I guess like I've always been that guy that is like more into Warhammer than like everybody else around, but then once you get into like the online community, you realize that you're an amateur. Another thing about Warhammer is, if you've been into it as long as I have, which is like 27 years or something, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I guess it's something like that. Yeah, it's something about the delivery maybe or something. I don't know. But yeah, at least he's another guy that I feel like he's got some good sincerity there. I don't know. I haven't really watched much of his stuff. I guess I watch a bit, but there's a guy who does videos called Ocular Imperialis. I like the ones he does because he does it as though he's like he does it as though he's some sort of like imperial ministerium servant or whatever, like telling like as if he's a character in universe telling the story of the history of the world and stuff like that. I don't know, it's pretty cool. It's a 40k stream, 40k YouTuber. Yeah, Oculus Imperialis, I think it's called. He's pretty cool. There's Luton09 is another one. I think he's another 40k guy there as well. I don't really know, actually. Can't think of any good lore, like fantasy lore guys that I watch. It's funny, actually. I first got into, I think Arch Warhammer was one of the first kind of lore, like Warhammer lore YouTubers that I watched. And I at first I kind of liked it because it kind of played into a lot of my like anti-Games Workshop feelings, you know. But then after a while, it just became a bit like it's just kind of too negative about everything, and yeah. And yeah, and he didn't seem to really like, I don't know, his knowledge wasn't actually that good, you know. Whereas you know exactly what I'm talking about with Loremaster Sotek. Like he just knows everything. He's got like that depth of experience, like, and he's seen it through all the kind of generations and stuff. So like a lot of the knowledge that I've got is from like a long time ago. Like I used to read a lot of the novels when I was younger, and I, you know, played 40k, and I didn't really play that much. I collected 40k miniatures. I played a few games here and there, and same with fantasy battles. But I was always like super into the lore. Always read like the rule books and read the novels and all that kind of stuff. But you know, with Games Workshop stuff, everything gets retconned so that they can, you know, promote their latest model range or whatever. So it all kind of changes over time. And yeah, I don't know if I've adapted completely with a lot of the changes. Like Age of Sigmar and the End Times never happened as far as I'm concerned. That would have been good if I had not missed. But yeah, I mean, even before all this stuff happened in recent years, like it was always a thing, like with Games Workshop, that you'd kind of have your own headcanon of like how you kind of, you know, like, I don't know, like you kind of, yeah, like, because there's always different kind of versions of Warhammer. There's kind of like the more grimdark version, which has become kind of like more solidified now, but then there's sort of like a more comical version as well, and there's kind of different, depending on different writers, that have different kind of like vibes. And so, you know, everyone would kind of have their own kind of headcanon version of Warhammer, I guess, and you would kind of like edit out certain parts that just didn't make sense, because there's certain writers that would just write stuff that just should never have been published in the first place, you know, and there's certain like kind of official stuff that just didn't work, you know, and like it's kind of generally accepted by everyone that that's like not true or whatever, you know, that kind of stuff used to go on a fair bit. So yeah, so it was all, I feel like it was already an established thing that you would, as a Warhammer fan, you would have your headcanon, and you would therefore, you know, like just not accept certain things from actually being in the Warhammer universe, even if they might be official things. So yeah, so when the End Times happened, it was just like, nope, redacted. I'm really interested to see what they do with the world that was, and whether they, like, yeah, I hope they don't try to do something whack with it again. Because there was literally no reason for it apart from that they purely marketing, you know, like there was no respect to the. Well, no, when I say no respect, I mean, yeah, I shouldn't be one of those negative people. Like, I'm sure that the writers like did their best. They had a job to do. They're like, right, you got to kill Warhammer. Get it over and done with. You've got like 2 weeks to write a novel about it, and you know, do the best you can. You know, like, it's kind of like that kind of deal, you know. Oh yeah, we didn't want this guy to be on the front line because he's going to die. So yeah, so you know, and I'm sure that they, you know, they did what they could, but the whole sort of operation from a management point of view, from a management level, you know, like, you know what I mean? It wasn't like the natural progression of the Warhammer storyline that everything would get destroyed and then it would all come back into this weird. Yeah, I won't try not to get into the whole Age of Sigmar rant, but do you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like the essential thing of both 40k and fantasy battles is that they are a perpetual world that never changes. Like, the Empire in fantasy battles is like essentially is eternally on the brink of collapse. Like, it's always kind of recovering from like some horrific war where chaos invaded and everything was decimated and everyone kind of got, you know, there's heaps of death and disease and blah blah, and they're, you know, like barely recovered and things are almost okay, and then they just get invaded again and something even worse happens, and you know, that's kind of the nature of Warhammer, you know. And the same with 40k, like they're always like recovering from the last Black Crusade, and then, you know, the Tyranids happen or something. So, you know, like the sort of essential foundation of those backgrounds is that nothing ever changes, you know, like, but you know, there was pressure from various places to make things change, I guess, and yeah. Stuff happens. So, can we potentially... Yeah, we've got a bit of a crap setup here. See, we've got this 4 versus 3 setup here. We really want like 4 versus 1 stacks going on. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like as a fan, like, well, yeah, I think, I mean, that's the essential problem, is that as fans of Warhammer, we see the lore as I don't know how to describe it, like a, what's it called, like genre fiction. Like, just say you're a Batman fan or a Superman comics fan or whatever, you know, those characters exist in a world. Like, Batman exists in Gotham, and there's certain rules about how Gotham is. Like, Gotham is always Gotham. Like, Gotham's always this grimy, like, you know, city with an underbelly of like corrupt whatever, and you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's never gonna be other than like the way that Gotham is. And it's the same with Warhammer, you know, like, Warhammer should always be Warhammer, you know, but I don't know, for some reason they decided to change it, you know, and it just doesn't, like, that's just not how that sort of stuff is supposed to work. Like, it's supposed to always be that way, because that's what the fans, like, you know, if you're a fan of Superman, then or Batman or whatever, I don't know why you'd be a fan of Superman, but yeah, if you're a fan of those characters, you know, when you read that comic, you always want that situation to be what you're going to read about, you know. You don't want to find out that Batman became a corn farmer and moved to whatever, and you know what I mean? Like, you're going to be disappointed because it's not going to be a Batman comic, and that's kind of like what goes on with Warhammer, you know. Like, I think they feel pressure to push it forward, but you kind of need it to not change in its essential Warhammerness. But yeah, there is the economic factor. They have to keep bringing out new models, and they need people to buy the new models, and they need to sell new rulebooks and everything. So yeah. This warband sucks, but it's fine. Can this guy, like, no. I wonder if we could sort of get a charge in, maybe, somehow. We kind of just go the most direct route we possibly can. Try and charge through this gap somehow. No. Yeah, Yeah, and that's the thing that's so hard to accept, because there's so many people that just fucking love the shit out of Warhammer so much, you know. It's just I can't remember who did a video. Somebody did a video about that, and it was just like a reason, like saying basically the reason why. This is a newer lore YouTuber that I just started watching. This guy is really cool as well. He does lore. He does like videos for I don't know if he does fantasy ones. He does 40k ones, but he always starts off the video with a piece of fiction. I think he writes them himself, but like, so he does like this. I mean, maybe they're not original. Maybe he just finds like less well-known stories from the material, or whatever. But basically, so he'll do a story. He'll do a thing about like kNight Terminators or something, and then the start of it will be like a piece of original fiction, like done in voice acting and everything, about like a kNight Terminator, and it's awesome. He's done some really good ones. I can't remember who it was now though, but I'll try and remember. I totally forgot what I was talking about. Oh yeah, he did a video about like Warhammer and why people love it, and he was sort of saying how like people don't just like Warhammer, they're not just fans of Warhammer. Like, you know, Warhammer fans are just like obsessively just love Warhammer. You know, like it's like this some weird like thing that happens when you get into Warhammer. And yeah, I think part of it is because of the community aspect. Like it's kind of it's this weird creation that's like a mixture of Games Workshop that's kind of doing its thing, and then this whole like worldwide community of fans that kind of I don't know if you know about the thing that orcs have in 40k. They have this like psychic power that's formed by like their collective mental powers or something, and that's kind of like Warhammer. It's formed by the collective like nerd powers of the whole world or something. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't make any sense. I don't know, that was just a theory. I don't know, maybe that's not why, but for some reason people just love Warhammer. Well, certain type of people do.
A new round has started. So the original point I was trying to make is, it's just that disconnect, that sort of dissonance between this beloved fan community and this like world that's just so lovingly created with so much detail and so much depth and everything, but it's like controlled by this company that just doesn't seem to really care at all about that aspect of it. Like it just completely just do whatever they think is going to make the most money, which is just like how corporations operate. Like that's just, you know, you don't have any choice really. There's probably a stage back in the early days where the original creators had more control and stuff, but now that it's like a proper corporation, you know, like corporations can't do anything other than make as much money as they can. Like that's kind of like how they work, I guess. Well, I don't know, maybe I'm oversimplifying. I don't know much about business and stuff, but you know, like you got like a board and you've got to like, the CEO has to talk to the board and reassure them that he's doing the best for the shareholders and all that kind of stuff. So but you haven't missed out, because you know, now you've got all this Warhammer to get into. I'm always jealous of somebody when they just find out about like Total War Warhammer 2, because they haven't like they've got all this like amazing game, but they haven't got the like 3,000 hours of getting jaded with it from playing it so much, and like that's sort of like, oh, she just did something cool. There's definitely a lot of content for Warhammer, especially 40k. I always come across new channels and new little things. It's so funny, the concept of genre fiction. Dan Abnett's one of the better, or arguably the best one of the novelists for for Black Library, the Games Workshop's publishing side. I don't know if some people would say he's the best. I don't know if he's necessarily is the best, but he's definitely one of the better ones. But he was talking about doing genre fiction because he writes for like Batman comics and all that kind of stuff as well. And so he did an interview and he was talking about the challenge of writing in these genre fiction types of writing jobs is that you have to kind of create something that's real within that world. And this is kind of like what I was talking about before. You can't just whack whatever you want in there. Like Batman is a certain character, and he has to always be Batman. And if you get a job writing a Batman comic, you've got a responsibility to, do it in a certain way. And if you don't, like, you can guarantee that the fans will let you know. Like, it's not like other stuff where they'll just, oh crap, can't get too much words there. Okay, well, that just reminds me that I really don't want to lose this guy. So we will just back it up a bit. And we'll sit in here, where hopefully he's immune. And we'll just delay. And then he's going to use his command ability. Yeah, that's right. Like it's pretty hard to do. It's hard to define like what Warhammer is exactly, but like that's part of what I was talking about before. But like you might not be able to define exactly what is Warhammer and what isn't. But when somebody introduces something new into the lore, like straight away when it's not. It's like. Yeah, Dan was talking about it. It's like this quality of like it seems made up, which is like a funny way to say it because obviously it's fiction, so everything's made up. But there's stuff that like when writers talk about stuff that seems right or what this character would do as if they were a real person and stuff, and then the opposite to that is stuff that just seems made up, which is not. It's not like what that character would do or what's real in that background. Yeah, actually, yeah, a bit of a segue there, but yeah, I don't like. I like the new Star Trek, but I don't like the fact that it's not Star Trek. If you know what I mean. It's kind of like how people feel about Lex Age of Sigmar, I guess. Like they're like, yeah, the new rules are great and everything, but it's not Warhammer. That's kind of how I feel about the new Star Trek as well. What are we doing here? So we could kill her, or we could possibly kill her. Then we'll go for the crap. Nice. Well, yeah. Well, with what's defensive stance? Yeah, we want to do that. Probably. With they sorry, I just had to do a quick Google to see who Kevin Roundtree was because I don't know. Sorry, because in this day and age, there's no excuse for ever asking a question when you've got Google. But yeah, I tried to Google and I couldn't make it work, so I still don't know who Kevin Roundtree is. Sorry. Oh yeah, but all I was going to say is that the thing that I think a lot of people love about Star Trek is the idea of Starfleet, like the idea of this kind of future. Oh, the current one, the new one, the one that we all hate. Right. Yeah. Now I get the reference. Yes. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I mean, yeah. I mean, he's done a great job. Don't get me wrong. He's a great CEO, but yeah, we all hate him because he destroyed Warhammer. But that's fine. Whatever. At least he's a good CEO of Games Workshop. But what was I going to say? Yeah, the thing with Star Trek is that like Starfleet is kind of embodies this idea of you know, the perfect future, like or a perfect future, you know, where we're, you know, seeking knowledge and we do everything in a responsible way and we respect other cultures and all that kind of stuff. And people are willing to make sacrifices for the greater good. And, you know, it's just, I don't know, I'm not like a super big Star Trek fan or anything, but yeah, Next Generation was my Star Trek. I watched a lot of the Next Generation. And yeah, and that's the essential thing about, that's like, to me, that's the essential thing that makes Star Trek franchise Star Trek, you know. And if you take that away, then it's not Star Trek anymore, you know. So yeah, I feel like that's kind of what happened with the new generation of Star Trek. Like, they still talk about that Starfleet thing, but they don't demonstrate it. Like, that's not what happens in the show. So it doesn't, you know, like genre fiction is like a place that you go to, you know, like you want to go to the Warhammer world and you want to be in that place where things happen a certain way and characters are a certain way and blah blah, you know. So yeah, and when you want to go to Star Trek world, you want to go to the place where Star Trek happens, where Starfleet happens, and people act in a certain way and everything. So, you know, in the new Star Trek, you go there and people don't act like that, you know. You're not in the Star Trek world, you're in this kind of future where Star Trek's kind of got wrecked a bit. So yeah, very relevant to the topic. Can we get another hit into? No. Yeah, we'll just be satisfied with this. Actually, this is good. So we want this guy here so that our captain can. So yeah, so this is a problem with the order with the two-handed weapons. You get the tiredness, so every additional hit like gets reduced damage. But since this guy can only hit once, you know, that's not as bad as it would be with other characters. So this guy's going to be our here. So we're going to use our order skill on. Oh, we've got a good range on it. We've got those guys way over there. Maybe we should use it on those guys. No, we'll use it on this guy. Boom. I hope you get the order skill in Necromunda. No worries, Mark. You've entertained me very much. Really appreciate you chatting. Yeah, it's okay. I don't need people to talk to me. I can talk to myself pretty effectively. But I was having a lot more fun when you were here talking to me. But yeah, if anyone else wants to chat, have at it. No worries. See you, Mark. Thanks again. Oh, cool. So we managed to get enough points for another order. Boom. Okay. Yeah, so we're going to try and finish off this Sister Superior. I wonder if we can get a route test out of this. No, their morale is very high. This guy's not taking much part in the battle. They can probably get a good charge in here, maybe. Nope. Actually, yeah, if we run more efficiently. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's a bit useless. Oh, this he should get. Well, if we can kill the Sister Superior, this one should get an all-alone check. I wonder if we can. Okay, so we can't go that way, so we don't have much choice. We'll have to go this way. And this guy's dodge skill is so low, it's no point even doing it. So we'll just come right around this side. That worked out well. Okay.
A new round has started.
Whoa. This guy got 4 hit points. That's not a lot of hit points. Yeah, this guy's just did his last attack of the match, I think. He's got 150% chance of dodging, which is not going. He's not going to survive his next round against the Mother Superior. This guy's got 70% chance of dodging, so that's better. Crap. Oof. No, now he's dead. And he had a heap of words done on him too. At least just still got her locked down. Oh, where's she gone? Okay, that's cool. That's probably the worst places she could have gone. Yeah, it's the problem with these guys, they've got very high morale, so we're going to probably have to kill 2 more of them before we can even get them to break. Okay, now that the numbers are even up as well. Okay, cool. At least she didn't. I was worried they were going to. Whoa! Oh, Jesus. That was a really effective fireball. Okay, so this guy needs to wait because we don't want him to go into combat with anyone that's likely to get hit against him. Back on him. This guy should be able to finish her off. How does that? Yeah, see the morale's so high, they're still not going to die. So we'll try and get this guy in here. Okay, that was probably foolish. I probably should have tried to put him on the Mother Superior, maybe. Oh. What? I thought she died. She just had like a sliver of health left. Yeah, so they pinned us in bad positions. Kind of like doing all these one-on-one fights. She seems to have pretty light armor. But yeah, we don't really have any options. We've got no unengaged guys. We just need to like kill some of the dudes that we have left. Yeah, I'll try and delay again. Okay, so this guy can only attack one target. Yeah, I think they're a bit more durable than we are, so we're going to come off worse out of this kind of attrition war. But we do have a bit of a head start on them, so that's good. She's done. Now, I don't know if I should go for the Mother Superior or if I should just... Because we could probably...
Oh yeah, we should just go with another Superior, yeah. At least she's got she'll get an all alone check at least. She won't fail it because she's got high leadership, I think, but yeah, may as well just get as many all alone checks as we can. Yeah, this guy's dead next turn as well. So I'm kind of feeling like this guy here well, we can do an order on the champion, that champion. So we got 2 more hits, so I mean we could probably kill her, but this guy's going to be doing less and less damage each hit. He's probably not going to kill her. Alright, we've got 2 hits now, so this should do it. Hopefully this will do it. Okay, nice. So yeah, potentially we might be gonna get a route test. Yeah, we're gonna get a route test, so that's good. Okay, this guy. Ah, okay, we've got a free agent here. I sort of feel like we want to come around here and stack up on this guy. In order to get another all alone check.
A new round has started.
Route test. No? Oh, they haven't had a shot yet. Okay. So when it's their first character's turn, then they'll make a route test, I think. Dodge skill. I probably should have waited. So their dodge would be gone. Yeah, turn order is pretty important in this game. I wonder if it's going to be that bad in Necromunda. Yeah, morale's too high. We've got to kill their Mother Superior, Matriarch. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to be what it's going to be like in Necromunda. The initiative system sounds kind of complicated. I haven't really made an effort to really learn it, but it seems like what happens is that you both whoops, thank you for service. That you simultaneously choose your next fighter to. So I choose my fighter, that you choose your fighter. We both activate them. Then whichever one's got the highest initiative goes first. And if you're playing, if you're playing 4 players, then all 4 of you will activate, and then whoever has the highest initiative goes first. So yeah, kind of just go like that. Ooh, 3 hits. Nope. One other guy. Okay. Bam. Oh, she didn't flee very far away. Oh, she fled really far away. It's good that all these guys are getting free hits against them. Although some of them, like that one, we probably wanted to kill this round, which we might not be able to do that now. Okay, so we'll... Same deal as before, we'll wait. So this character... I think we need to try and take out the Mother Superior. So I'm gonna try to... Yeah, no, we should still... Yeah, alright, I'm going to try and get as many heroes on her as possible. And then we'll use the order to finish her off if need be. And then we should get our route test at the start of their next turn, hopefully. What time is it? 1 o'clock. Yeah, I'll probably maybe after this battle play another Necromunda video and then have a chat about that, and then maybe one more battle, and then we'll go to bed about 2 or 3. Here we go. So he's in combat. So yeah, so we go in here. Yeah, we should be able to finish her off this round. That should be fine. Can we loot anything? No. We'll delay this guy so we can do some looting after she goes down. I already did that. Splat. Alright, so now we're looking like we've got some good do some like dodgy dodgy inventory scamming to get a bit another little scarecrow movement. No, that's fine. Okay, so we'll use this guy to get yeah, we'll use this guy to get another hit over here. So we'll go order on that guy. Oh, that other guy's not in combat. That's what's going on. Use introspection. Get some more red pills. And we'll order this guy again. And we'll order that guy again. And how much is introspection for? Alright, we'll just, and we'll, I want to go in there and get a hit on him as well. Oh. Brutal. Okay, so this guy, if we do spacebar, yeah. So he's got empty backpack. So this guy can go over here. The cluster. So yeah, I think we might even get enough after this to get the warrior priest, which would be. Potentially we can get like our level 10 warrior priest maybe. Which would be good. Oh, I think I didn't want to be there, but that's fine. Yeah, nice. We'll get some looting happening. Great sword, Lordstone. How did she loot the great sword off my guy? I'm hoping they're going to route after this, so I'll just try and grab some more wordstone. Is it upstairs? I feel like there's supposed to be some wordstone already somewhere. Oh, maybe it's not wordstone. Maybe it is.
A new round has started.
Okay, so there's one there, one there. Okay, so this guy possibly can make it to where is she? Wherever this character is. Upstairs, maybe? Yeah, no, we don't want none of that. We'll just play it safe. Come back down here. We'll just kind of block this entryway here if we need to. Cool. So that was, I don't know if that was a deadly one. It was good rewards.
When the Baron hears,
Yeah, we might be quite
decimated
close
the
to
enemy,
getting our.
he will be as pleased as a halfling in a pie shop. He may even send a bit of gold by way of gratitude.
Oh, that'd be great.
Nice progress. Fantastic. Nice progress. Fantastic.
How much we got? 619, and to finish this off we need about 500 and something. So let's do it. How do we do it? How can we do this? So 420. Somebody. So let's just get the old calculator out. Because as discussed, I can't do maths and stream at the same time for some reason. We figured out. So we want 2667 minus 2159.
508. Cool. All right. So that is enough to max it out. Oh, okay. So what about if we do? Yeah.
You are becoming famous.
I did it. I did it. Cool. So I thought it took a while it takes a while for the money to come back, perhaps, but you get the reputation instantly, obviously. So that means we've unlocked this. So we get mental, 2 mental grimoires, and we start getting them into the market rotation. So that's really good. Well, you know, for mental grimoires, and we get sister superiors and warrior priests. So I think my plan will be to have one of each, but I won't use them both in battles at the same time, probably. And mainly it's the... Oh, actually, maybe we could use both. Yeah, maybe that could be our thing. We'll have the warrior priest and his sister superior that, I don't know, haven't figured out some storyline reason for that, but whatever. And the great swords are kind of like their escort. But yeah, basically what our problem with the greatswords, one of our many problems with the greatsword company is that we don't have any tanks. So yeah, so basically we're going to use the warrior priest as kind of like a support character, and I'll probably give him a hammer and shield to make him a tank as well. So it'll be kind of like a tank and a support character. Because yeah, tanks is what we need basically, and if I was going to have the sister superior, I'll probably use her also as a tank, because sister superiors can actually become quite good tanks. And yeah, and the main good thing about them is that they're not greatswords. So the whole problem with greatswords is that they're shit, you know. And so like in terms of being yeah, I guess I'm getting tired. Maybe I won't put on another. Necromunda video, guys, because I'm getting tired. I would like to play another mission though. So what I might do is just play another mission or two of Mordheim. Probably won't try to talk about Necromunda anymore, because I'm getting tired. But yeah, so if anyone's still watching at this point, it's probably just going to be straight up Mordheim gameplay, without much Necromunda discussion from here on in. So oh yeah, these guys can't use two-handers, can they? No. Unlucky. Yeah, this guy can use a two-handed weapon, but they're not particularly good at it, I don't think. I mean, they're not particularly good for our, idea, our chapter idea. So maybe we have to wait till tomorrow before we can... Oh no, that's the hired. So we'll put this wounded guy in our. We'll get rid of these wounded guys, right? And then if we try and hire a new hero, we can't hire warrior priests. Yeah, maybe we need to wait till tomorrow. I think that might be what's going on here.
New hired swords are available.
Okay, new hired swords. We've got no warrior priests. But these rank 6 guys. Yeah, they only have 7 action points, which is not enough. But this rank 6. So maybe. So what level do you get
No, I guess we'll see, because if we see one come up, then we'll see what level. You know, if we see one that's got more action points, we'll see what level it is then. All right. So what about if we go in here? Didn't it say that we could hire warrior priests? Am I hallucinating or something? So Sigmar's Haven, 5 hero warrior priest. Yeah, definitely says we can hire warrior priests now. This is a hero slot. Yeah. What's that one? Wizard. Why don't I have any warrior priest slots? I'm confused. Maybe. Yeah, no, warrior priest is not a leader. Maybe if we exit out and come back in or something. Just check out those release dates for Xbox One. Yeah, that could be our little announcement thing, just to practice my audio-visual skills. So we've got, yeah, the release date, the exact release times for Xbox One all around the world. Oh, so we've. Maybe I made the image size different sizes for different things. Oops. So that's the release for Xbox. This is the release for Steam. Ah, yeah, I just made the image different size. So yeah, while you guys are doing that, checking that out, I'll just quickly reload my warband again and see if I've got warrior priests now. Sorry guys, I'm still trying to figure out how to get my warrior priest, because I've unlocked it apparently, but it's not available. I'm pretty sure I had this problem before, last time I unlocked this on one of my other mercenary bands, but yeah, I can't remember how to fix it, so I'm just going to do a bit of a Google. I'm just going to mute myself so you don't hear the loud typing. I don't know. I just put a post up in the Necromunda Underhive Wars Discord. Maybe somebody will answer there. I'm just gonna eat a cookie. This is my dinner. Like, I totally remember having this problem before, but I just can't remember. Like, maybe you have to, like, exit the game or something? We'll put our Steam release page back up for a second. Alright, I'm exiting the game entirely. We'll, like, reboot. Not reboot, we'll restart the game. Maybe I need to restart this now.
Not since the horrors of the Black Plague has our land seized despair. Almost 2 millennia after Sigmar founded the Empire, the realm is fractured and broken. 3 rival factions claim the Imperial. Who among you shall die today?
Oh, sorry about the loud typing again. Yeah, I just actually remembered. Yeah, I put up a message in the Discord to see if someone could help me, but I actually just remembered. I think what it is that you get the even though as soon as you send the shipment, this this rep indicator here goes up to max and says you got a thing, and down here it says it's unlocked and everything. But
you don't actually get the reward until the money comes back. So yeah, I've sent this shipment off and I'm due to get paid, you know, some money, and the next shipment's going to arrive, or shipment's in transit one day. So yeah, so 1 day from now, then I'll get the money and get the extra guy. Yeah, it's not normally advisable to just skip a day, but yeah, I might just do it, skip a day, because I want to get my reward. Cool. Now we should be on. Yeah, there we go. So we've got access to rank 0 warrior priests and rank 0 sister superiors. Oh, we got a rank 7 warrior priest. Okay, so this thing about not getting max level heroes does not apply to the warrior priest, because he can actually use a one-handed weapon, and 8 points is ample for him to use one-handed weapon. The only thing about this is that I probably should actually look up. I should actually look up his stat and skill allocations, because I'm going to want a very specific setup for him. Like, for example, I think he's going to have his intelligence high. I think that's how it works. You know, intelligence high for spells. Plus, he's going to need all of the enchants that make your spells like not blow you up as much and stuff. And I think, yeah, as I said, I think he's going to want to be tanky as well. So, yeah, I might actually not play this next mission. I might call a stream at this point and and crash for the night. And I'll do a little bit of research before the stream, so you guys don't have to watch me just umming and ahhing about what skill allocations I'm supposed to be doing. And then I can buy him and spec him, because when you buy a new hero, they you know, you want to spend all their skill points straight away. So yeah, rank 7 warrior priest, rank 7 sister superior. They're both be pretty useful. Actually, sister superior's got a skill that makes your movement rate higher with other characters. So potentially, if we, you know, make her have higher initiative or something, like, she could be really good at organizing all of our little dudes to get in, because all of our greatsword guys, they're really slow because they've got heavy armor and all that. So she might be actually really useful at getting them all in, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, she has to use her own strategic points, like her own blue pills, to get them basically to be able to use their blue pills more efficiently. So it's sort of maybe not the most efficient thing. I really want to buy this warrior priest and level him up, but I'm probably going to do it wrong. I'm very tempted though. Yeah, I am pretty tired. I'm not like, my brain's not really working very well. I'm probably going to start streaming later, like over the next few days. I'm going to start streaming later, longer and later. So I'll still keep starting at the same time every day. So I'll be starting at the time I do my streams is 1 p.m. CEST, so that's Central European Time, and 9 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, or 6 a.m. Central CDT, Central American Time. So yes, I'm going to start at that time, but I'm going to probably just keep just keep streaming longer. So, you know, at the moment I'm going to finish this stream now, and that would be the normal thing. Like during the weeknights when I go to work during the week, I probably finish about an hour, a bit earlier, maybe half an hour earlier. But you know, well, when I don't have to work, I've got most of the next week off for the launch of Necromunda. So, you know, I'll probably try and just sleep in late and then stream as long as I can. But I'll probably still keep the same time, even though I could stream it at like a better time probably, but I want to kind of keep the same schedule, because I'll probably go back to that same schedule when I go back to work next week, the week after next. So yeah, anyway, so yeah, that's all for the stream for tonight, guys. Anyone who's watching it later on replay, hope you enjoy the rambling, and yeah, I will do a couple more Mordheim streams, and yeah, we're gonna have warrior priests next